Live.
Great intro, Lionel. Live,
I've
baby.
been working on that for weeks.
Is that for your like two dudes coffee and D&D?
Yeah, I wish. I am. I mean, even though the chances of ever getting a lot of people to watch is slim to none. I have like such a fear of like a camera.
Oh.
My camera's over here just because I don't even want to look at it.
I see. Okay, so just to let you know, you do have access to Roll20 through the Hangout itself this time if you so choose.
Yeah.
It's if it's your preference to do it that way, go for it. It's there. All right, who wants to give us a recap? Crickets.
I'll do it.
All right.
Alright, so last session we all came together in the Hall of Jarl, what was his name?
Jarl Bjorn Farman.
Bjorn Farman, son of Harald Harfagar. And we were feasting and enjoying ourselves and having a grand old time preparing to go make war against one of his brothers to try and help him reclaim the throne, when, in the middle of the night, we were attacked by assassins who were allowed in by the treacherous doorkeeper. The Jarl was grievously wounded, but we slew the assassins and escaped from the burning hall with the Jarl, and made it to his ship, which we are currently sailing away on in the midst of a storm.
That's the truth. So the only caveat there is that the storm has not actually hit yet. That is actually a couple days in the future. But everything else you said right there was just right on. The king you serve lays wounded, Huthrin Hall ruined by flame, a beacon of foul deeds done under the cover of the long winter night. The Harbinger slips free, and now the light of betrayal grows dim for its distance. A hush has fallen over the men who row towards cover of darkness and the safety it promises. 22 remain of the Farman warband. Now that includes you guys, but it does not include the king nor his Carl Ulfric Hafgrimsson, who now huddle whispering of treachery and revenge, and of what must be done to survive. So you guys are aboard the Harbinger. Now it's at full oar capacity. It'd be a 30-man on oars. Currently, there are fewer. Now, would any of you taken an oar to help as you guys slide out into the sea?
Certainly, I would have.
Okay.
And I would have handed it to my burly brother and say, "Make use of this."
And I would have looked at it, and I would have seen a gigantic Kjartan, and I would have handed it to him and say, "I think this is for you."
And I would have shoved it back at him, saying, I don't row.
No, I would
I
definitely.
man the steering
grabbed
oar. Given that's a much more prestigious
All
thing, and
joking
also even stronger.
All joking aside, brother, I would relish the opportunity to row this mighty vessel alongside you.
I look down at like my soft hands and like the eventually having to row this boat for like a week, and I'll just look and I'll say, mysterious as I look into the darkness, Odin has selected me for a different path.
Inspiration. No, that doesn't exist here. Excellent. Yeah, and just mind you guys, it's dark as dark can be, right? The sea is calm, relatively quiet. There is a bit of a headwind, so the sails are flapping. It's pretty much the only sound besides your conversation, the hushed whispers of the crew all about, and then you can hear hurried and hushed and a meaningful conversation happening between Ulfric Hafgrimsson and the Jarl King Farman himself, who are currently Ulfric has his hand on the steer, and his king is laying beside him, now huddled in furs, attended by Ulfric and the old seer man who had mysteriously somehow made it along with you guys as you made way down to the pier and overpowered the few marauders that were there and then onto the boat. And he is tending to the king, and they're just hushed whispers and talking there. If you want to overhear anything, it'll be perception, for sure.
Let's see, I have an auto-succeed in that, I think.
Okay.
Yep, 1 rank.
So go ahead and run the runes and see if you get any more than that, because you will get more if you get more than 1 success.
Right. And what is...
Perception is mental.
Right.
So you're looking for clues. Is anybody else trying to overhear? I mean, if anyone tries to like make it a little bit closer, tries to like eavesdrop in a little bit, they can risk detection, but get a little bit of a bonus on their roll.
1 mental, I believe.
Go
ahead, Lionel.
1 mental, and 1 success from my skill.
So you've got 2. Okay. What about you, Scully?
What color is mental again? The green?
It's blue.
Oh, blue is mental, and okay, so green is spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, so I got 1 on that.
Okay, so you are distracted by your conversation with your brother. However, with 3 successes, Kjartan, so you get to add in your void rune as well, guys.
Oh, sweet.
So I think that means that Scully also would have had 2 successes. But since Kjartan got the most of it. So yeah, Scully, you hear, and I guess since we don't have the other channels, I'll just send this off through Facebook private messages.
I was just going to say I would try and move to the mast, and I would carve a rune into the mast. So if that's closer to them, I would be doing it with the intention of listening to them, but also with the intention of making sure the ship doesn't explode.
Okay. Excellent. So I'll give.
That helps.
It doesn't. I think that I've got like my 2 winners already basically here. So I'm going to give them what they've won, and we'll move from there. So Lionel, and mind you, this happens over the course of a few minutes. So like imagine the wind is brushing through the sail and it's flapping, and there's little creaks and groans from the boats around. So you're only snatching bits and pieces of words, and usually only those that are spoken a little bit more shrilly or a little bit more loudly, obviously from the passion of some sort. So Lionel, Scully hears this bit, and then Kjartan hears this bit. The 2 different pieces there that you hear, Kjartan, over the course of those few minutes. And then, after a few more minutes, unless you guys say anything, something else is going to happen. So I don't know if you guys want to talk to each other at all or not.
Do you stand next to me, Kjartan?
Yeah, I guess. Or I'm probably moving sort of towards the steer oar, actually, because I would take the steering oar and guide the ship.
So you're walking like straight up to them, because that's what Ulfric is doing right now. All right, that's awesome. So as you're walking up to them, so Kjartan would be probably passing you then, Scully.
Yep.
Okay.
And she would just, he would just hear me kind of mumbling to myself, kind of little passages of song. And I will weave the 2 things that I overheard into those.
Okay.
And I just got to pull up my chat because I closed it.
Okay.
So one of the things that would stand out to you, Kjartan, because that don't fit in the song, because it's a fairly well-known verse that you hear me saying, but what I have added to it is, he has lost himself completely. and then I read it, do another couple of verses, and then there is no honor in this.
Fantastic.
I'm gonna look at him a little oddly and just shake my head.
And I wink at you when I see you look at me, and then I just look up towards the steer. What is it called? It's called the steer.
I guess it's called a steer oar. Is that
Steer
right,
oar.
too? I always called it rudder, but I think, is it different? Because this is before rudders, maybe, huh?
Right.
Yeah, this was the precursor to a rudder. It's the steering oar.
Okay, the steering oar. The more you know, diddling.
Steer.
Steer. Okay, cool. Yeah. So
Where we get stern from.
So Kjartan, you're perhaps puzzled minorly by this strange ballad being sung by your new compatriot Scully there. But as you make your way through, brushing between the oarsmen, you notice that the ship was obviously unready to sail. There's very few casks of supplies. There's very few furs. There's very few equipment, as a matter of fact. Each of you were given one of the oar benches, which is essentially a bench and also a chest. And within those, you would have been able to put your personal effects, should you choose to. I know some of you have more than would probably be comfortable to have on you while you're manning an oar. So if you so choose, you could have done that. I'm not going to punish you for it, so it's just a choice on your behalf. But as you move through this ship now, under complete cover of darkness, you're squinting just to be able to see, and you're seeing mostly, the glints off of the water around from the starry sky above, and there's a few clouds, so even that is dulled. And as you approach, you see the king there. His salt and pepper beard and his hair now kind of pulled back. He's got some blood caked through it, and he's holding his side, and he's got a bit of a grimace on him. And you see he kind of looks up, and he sort of juts his face towards you. And as he does this, Ulfric, who sits next to him upon the steer oar bench, stands, still with one hand on the oar as to not lose it, but he stands and he moves forward and he says, what is your purpose?
To steer the ship.
And he looks at you and he looks you up and down and he says, well, I'm tending to that currently.
As you say.
And
But I am best steersman.
Excellent. Well, we'll keep that in mind. He says, noted, yes. Well, we have heard the tales, your trials against my king's brother.
And I'll beam at that.
He says that I think I'd rather man this steer oar myself for now. But I'll tell you this much, you fought bravely back there. I would have you and your companions join us. My king wishes to speak with you.
I'll beam at him and I'll, I guess, motion the others who I saw fighting well over to us.
Excellent, yeah. So you guys would all see, and perhaps Scully already, Scully and Ogbai already. Wait, no, Ogbai, you didn't take an oar, right? You just.
Nope. I'm standing there, imperious. I won't be rowing.
Oh, so Scully, and what is Hakon doing during all of this mess?
Much the same. He refused to take an oar.
So there's only 19 men rowing? You bastards! You stingy bastards! Yeah, you see the men are looking at you. And they seem to be a little bit of a restless grudge seems to be brewing amongst the other men who seem to think you think better of yourselves than of them, which is true. So they've got that right at least. But yeah, so Scully and the rest of you would see Kjartan sort of beckoning you forth. And mind you now, Asa would be kind of almost locked to your hip at this point, Kjartan. She's just right behind and off to the left of you, pretty much at all times as you move around the boat.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at these dudes who are looking at me, thinking I'm not doing anything important, I want to show them that's incorrect. So I'm going to go to the mast and take out my dagger and just carve an or rune, Raito, which is for travel, safe journeys. Just carve it in there, and then I'll like prick my thumb on one of the splinters and put the blood in there. And I'll make a big ceremony of it. It's not even that big a deal, but I want them to see that it's a big ceremony so that they know that I'm not just sitting on my arse.
Yeah, you see a number of the men take note in a good light, and still a few others seem to think that your magic is or your runic wisdom would be is less valuable than a man at the oar. Still, but their grumblings subside as the majority seem to respect or have a certain measure of awe for what you're doing.
Excellent.
And so do you guys sort of make your way to the stern of the ship here so that you can speak with the king who has summoned you?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep. I'll finish the rune carefully. I won't be rushed, but once I'm done with that, I'll go.
All right. Excellent. Yeah, so Bjorn is there. He's leaning. He's using the edge of the boat to kind of lean himself up. He's not sitting on a bench like the oarsman or like Ulfric himself. He's instead laying on top of his heavy furs, and he has Ulfric's fur coat over him. And you can see a grimace of pain on his face, a bit of a lightening the shade of skin, little clamminess there. But whether that is from the wound or from the sea around you, you're not sure. And he says, as you all come around, and mind you, like Ulfric is just sitting there with his big red beard and his bald hair and his eyes just darting from one of you to the next, just intense look on his like deeply grooved and wind-beaten face. And the king says, "Good warriors all. You've done right by me in this dark hour. I would thank you. You have my gratitude."
We were in your hull, King. You've given us food and drink. It would only be right that we defend you.
This is indeed. It was a rightly thing to do. The gods were with us that you awoken. So, this is, unfortunately, it is obvious that the damage has been done. We have been undone here this night. I am wounded, and I know not how well I will recover, and my warband is greatly diminished. And as he speaks, he shares these sort of knowing glances with Ulfric, who doesn't say anything through this process. And then the king kind of sits forward a little bit, and as he does so, he lets out a little bit of a groan, like, "Ugh." And he sits forward and he kind of beckons you all to sort of come in closer. And if you do so, he will continue. He'll say, "Look, we will sail south until we come to the southern tip of Vestfold. There, I will meet with an ally, and we will part company for a time. But you lot," and as he says this, he's looking from each of you in turn, spending a good 1 to 2 seconds just doing some strong eye contact with you, and really trying to drive for a connection. And his eyes are keen and bright and powerful with charisma as he does this. He says, You all will stay by my Carl Ulfric's side. You are to make way to the Danevirk, to treat with my ally Grom the Old. Ulfric here, he will serve as my captain. You men will serve him until we are reunited. Would you agree to this task, warriors?"
swore to serve you, King, and I intend to follow up on that, as I swear.
These events are well connected, good Ogvi. You will have much glory, and we are not beaten yet. We will have our day. And as he turns to look, he now kind of is looking awaitedly at Hakon.
Aye, I'll lend you my sword for what needs to be done.
Good man. And then he moves on to the other two, awaiting your responses in turn.
I will help you get your vengeance, good king, in hopes that you will help me get mine.
I have not forgotten my brother's slight
Together,
against you.
we will destroy all who dare oppose us and all who have wronged us.
And I almost imagine, like, as you say this, like, you're kind of like, you're almost like gaining in size. Like, just your posture just kind of expands as you say this, and as your words, strong words echo out. I imagine you were a little bit louder than the others. You see a smirk across his face, and then once more, the two, Ulfric and the King, share a knowing glance together. And finally, the King turns his attention to Scully, the Bard, and as he does so, as he makes eye contact with you, you see his smile. It does widen again, almost, and to the point where, like, he actually he moves a little bit. And as he does so, the smile, just a flash of a grimace replaces it as a shock of pain, obviously, cascades up the man's torso. And he says, the songsmith. I know you will serve me well, will you not?
But of course, great king, who would tell the tales?
And there will be such great tales to tell. Good.
And I would do this very flourished, like, bow to him. I mean, my cloak is very tattered, but I make up for it in posture. I'm like my brother, full of myself.
And the king, a brother Scald, in his own right, he takes note. And you can tell that your posturing pleases him and amuses him in this dark time. And he looks about you all, and he looks to Ulfric, and Ulfric looks to him for a long moment, and they just share this long, quiet moment that seems to stretch on into the evening, but really only lasts a few seconds. And at the end of that moment, Ulfric nods and says, "All right, my lord. I will lead these men. I will do as you say." And the king reaches up a hand and pats his old friend on the shoulder. And they just share a nod there in that moment. No more words. And the king looks back to you all and says, "All right, then. We will make way for the southern tip of Vestfold. Man the oars if you're able. Or keep a keen eye towards the seas if you are not. We may not be safe yet." And with that, you all are dismissed to go about your business on this long ship. Unless you want to do anything, some time here is going to pass.
No, Scully goes back to the bench he was sitting on and starts rowing again, and it doesn't take long for the men around him to realize that this guy has never been in a longship in his life other than to maybe ride in one. He's certainly never used an oar, because he's like totally, he keeps bumping his oar against the guy in front of him, then it's against the guy in the back. I mean, it takes him a while, maybe a good hour before he starts to sort of get in it. By then he's almost physically spent, but he kind of grits his teeth, starts singing a loud body tune to keep his and the men around him spirits up, and just kind of gingerly dips his oar into the water, really even hardly even catching wave.
Mm-hmm. No, that's great. And as you're struggling to get the rhythm of this, and you begin to sing almost as a way to supplement your failure in this other physical feat. The man beside of you, across from you, on the other oar, on the other side of the ship, he turns to look at you, and he says, "Good Scald." And this is like 45, 50 minutes into that trial that you just described there. He says, "Good Scald. It is like a drum beat, like a song. Catch the rhythm and stay with it." And as he does that, he begins to beat his boot in time with the rowing, and then the others soon they begin to join in. And as they do that, you're able to just weave a song into that beat, and finally you're able to get a grasp on the rhythm of the oar through that process.
As they're stomping, Ogvai will just pull his fur-lined hood further over his head as he's trying to get some sleep.
Oh, what an asshole! I love it. Oh. And as you kind of like waft off to sleep a little bit, a few just light drops of rain begin to fall, and as they do so, a few of them hit the mast and they trickle down, and they trickle over the rune that you just carved and mix with the blood. And as they do so, the blood kind of dissolves a little bit and runs down the mast. And just as that happens, a bit of a wind picks up and catches the sail full on. And the Harbinger begins to slip quietly but with speed through the dark ocean.
Awesome.
A day later, some rowing now with the wind. The wind kept up for many hours, and whilst you still rowed, it was at a much more leisurely pace, and only to supplement the winds. And in shifts, eventually you are relieved, Scully, and the men begin cycle rowing, taking turns to sleep and whatnot for a few hours at a time. However, after traveling south for some time, the signal is given and the Harbinger turns landward. You approach a small cove, its rocky shore once lushly forested, the trees now no more than dried mockeries which creak and whistle in the breeze. A single thin-planked pier juts out into the iceberg-strewn shallows. Not much further inland, the darkened outlines of structures lay silhouetted against the low-lying horizon. As the Harbinger nears land, you begin to recognize shapes milling about amongst the shadowed buildings. And there, upon the pier, a tall figure, both cloaked and cowled, stands, his garments whipping wildly in the seaborne winds. You all catch sight of this, and as you're coming in, it's very evident that there is some kind of activity going on here. However, there is very little to no light, only that of the mostly cloudless sky, but the stars are dim today, and the Bifrost is not gleaming nearly as brightly as it would on some nights, or I guess it's all night now. But anyhow, as the Harbinger glides through, bumping bits of ice out of its way as you go, the men pushing them away with oars, and the sail brought up to better control the speed of the boat itself. You do see this figure, a tall, masculine, broad, cowled and hooded, and he seems to be waiting upon the pier for the Harbinger to make landfall, and soon it will. You see a bit of a hushed whispering between Ulfric and his Jarl, or his king, Farman. And then Ulfric helps the king to his feet. As the boat is pulled up, ropes are thrown and wrapped around the haphazardly nailed planks of this small pier, and the Harbinger is bound to it. The king and his Carl step aboard the planks and make way towards this cowled and robed figure. As they do so, Ulfric turns to you all and says, "Stay with the boat. and then the two move to meet up with the third man. Anything out of any of you guys? Are you gonna stay on the boat like good little boys and girls, or what are you gonna do?
Stay on the boat, but be ready to transform into if this guy proves treacherous too.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. The as your king nears the shore, so he's walking along the pier, held up with Ulfric. He meets with the man, and as they meet, there's a warm embrace, and you can see this other gentleman dwarfs the king by almost nearly a whole head, so about probably 6 inches to 8 inches. And he kind of bends down and takes up the king in a big embrace. You can tell that it is gentle but firm from where you stand. And they begin to talk right then and there, right in front of Ulfric. They say a few words, and these words you can hear. They're of greeting. They are warm. They are well received. And after that, Ulfric stays right where shore meets pier, and King Farman himself and this mysterious cowled figure, they move a little further, just about 10, 15 feet inland, still what should be within earshot. They meet beneath a gaunt specter of a once great tree, now no more than a husk of sprawling twigs which scratch fruitlessly at the darkened sky. 9 ravens perch amongst the tree's barren branches, and there the two speak for a time. Now, I imagine that at this point, like, there would be a hush over the boat while people painstakingly tried to hear what was going on between these two men. But every time you think you're about to hear a syllable or a word, like a wave will crash against the shore, or the wind will pick up and whip the sail right at that moment, or a raven from the tree above will crow, and no words are heard between those two.
Sorry, I wouldn't be really as interested in what they're saying, but I would be very interested in the 9 ravens. That must be a sign from Odin. So I try to gain some sort of insight, like an omen or a portent from seeing this. Definitely, in my views, anyway, godly sign.
Okay, absolutely. So go ahead and omens portent for me, please. Oh, I guess I have to clean up. I've been diligent. Let me see. Who else has weirded so far that I need to... Everybody? Everybody has weirded at this point? I'll just shuffle everybody's real quick, and then you can go ahead and weird.
Okay.
You're ready. Oh, you already pulled them? Okay. I'm sure it'll be okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I just get the 1, and you said my void rune? Is that...
Yeah, but it's spiritual for this, so...
Okay, so... Alright, I got you. Okay. Yeah, so I just have the 1.
Okay, yeah. You see... Alright, okay, here, I'm going to send you something in Facebook really quick.
So I can imagine the king and whoever this mysterious dude is talking over there, and you can imagine all these dudes in the ship just straining to hear, and they're all kind of crowding to that side. But Ogbai is standing on the far side of the ship, just staring, almost wide-eyed at the tree, just fascinated by it.
Okay, just a second. Sorry about the quiet. I just got to type this out really quick. I didn't have this particular piece prepared, so.
I guess it wouldn't look at a character either for Ogbai, because he's quite a serious dude generally. For him to be just staring strangely at something like that.
All right, I think that should make sense. It should be good English there.
Hmm.
Yeah, so the omen here is obviously for the one success. Basically all you know is that yes, there seems to be something spiritual about this tree. I mean, it's obvious that the symbology is clear. There's 9
Yeah.
ravens. It's a tree. We all know what that means. But you're not able to suss out any more knowledge than that per se, elsewise from the observation that you made from that text that I just sent you.
Okay.
Okay.
I would just make a sort of a very slight motioning of my finger towards Scully, like
Mhm.
come here.
So I finished wiping off my arms and chest, and pull my uh, tunic back on, and I walk over to him, making it look really casual. Yes, brother. You have something that you wish to ask me?
The man on the beach. He's looking at me. He looked at you as well, but he looks at me.
Well, would you not blame him? You keep staring at him.
I have not looked at his direction once. I've been studying the tree, and yet I feel his gaze burning.
Uh, these are just simple superstitions you're having. These are the trials that we had from the night before. Nothing more. And as I say that, I weave in one of my songs that kind of clear his mind, so that he loses. I take his thoughts and I actually suck them from his mind as I weave these words into this conversation as I'm saying the last part. And I would make him lose his train of thought.
Okay.
I would have to weird for that, right?
Is that an out of combat effect for one of your abilities?
Yes.
No, you don't. It just happens.
Yeah, so that's what I would do. And then I would say to him, I say, clearly this is someone that is very close to the king.
Hmm. And one thing does happen though, as you do that, like as you go through the song, and right at the end, you suck in. Um,
Well,
you,
it's not a song, Nick. It's I weave kind of the words, the magic of the spell song into what I'm saying. So
okay, so,
it's kind of like when you would. Well, this is how I see it. So I would say it. You ever seen that like Saturday Night Live skit where they like they're talking and then they sneak another word in there? It's like subliminally.
okay,
So
yeah.
that's how I'm doing it. So as I'm saying, it is just the trials of the night before, and I'm saying, ease your mind, don't trouble
Okay.
yourself, and forget this. It is nothing. And so I'm weaving those words into it as I'm talking with him.
Okay, I get you. Excellent. So yeah, Ogvi, you start to feel like a loosening on your conscious grip of these thoughts that you were just happening. I mean, it's not like a total mind blank by any means, but you definitely
No.
feel a relaxation happening within your consciousness. And as that happens, exactly as that strange like warble of consciousness happens, you gasp back, and suddenly, Ogvi, you feel cold. You feel wet. You hear screams in the distance and the creaking of wood and then the snapping of that wood. And you hear this tumultuous, just almost muffled, the sound of large chunks of hail cascading into an ocean all around, and you gasp for air, but you can't get it, and instead you feel this cold surge of water going down your esophagus and into your lungs for just a moment, and then snap, just like that. You're talking to your brother once more.
I'll try
So,
play it off as if nothing's happening, but you would see maybe like his bottom right eyelid twitching as he tries to like contain this vision that he's having. He's trying to just like breathe, and you would see his eye twitch a little bit, and he would say, "Ah, brother, I'm glad you joined me here."
Awesome.
Nice.
And then I'd look to the tree and say, "There's an omen there."
And yeah, your gaze would inevitably be led to that same tree, Scully, and you would see there this scraggly thing. It looks like it had been struck by lightning at one point and split off into like two sections, though one has long ago rotted away. But the second section, it reaches up pretty high, but at a sideways, like I love this word, jilted angle there. Thank you, Matt. And upon those branches are these 9 ravens, mostly quiet, except for when you're trying to hear what the two are speaking, and then the cawing begins. Short time later, the meeting seems to conclude. The king, who is now helped once more by this cloaked figure, returns to his friend and your captain, Ulfric, and they say a few words of parting, and then the king does. He begins to leave. Ulfric comes back to the ship. He begins pointing at some of the men, 8, as a matter of fact, of the men, and they gather their things and they disembark, all the while speaking in hushed tones together about the mystery of what lays before them. And they join the king. You see much activity bursts forth on shore. A number of fires are lit, and you're able to see this small homestead built into this small, once lushly forested cove here. Men moving around with purpose now. They're grabbing supplies, casks, chests of food and weapons and whatnot. You see, you would recognize these men, Kjartan. They have the signs of sailors, of seamen. Like they have the strong calloused hands, the almost unproportionally strong biceps of a man who sits the oars for a good portion of his life, and the otherwise wiry and lanky strength of such men. However, there's one who is quite large. Big, stocky fellow, not tall but broad as a tree trunk, essentially. And you see men begin to come, and they're bringing these supplies aboard, and they start to take stock of the Harbinger, and they begin to re-rig the sail, and they begin to reset the oars, and they begin to take their places and put their things amongst the oar bench chests that they sit upon. And as all this commotion goes on, Ogvi, one of these men, as he's boarding, he brushes against you. So you just feel this man brush against you as he's passing.
I'll look down and see if he stained my fine robes at all. And I'll look in his face and I'll say, "Am I in your way?"
You look into the man's face, and yeah, you do notice there's like a little blemish on your robe. It seems as though like he had a bit of mud on whatever he was carrying that brushed up against you. But the man seems common in every respect. He's not young nor old. Though, in a flash, his face contorts into a mask of horror, his flesh draining of all color, and water gurgles from his open mouth, and then just boom, like that again. You see he's standing there, and he's kind of looking at you strangely as you're staring at him. You're not for sure how much time has passed, but it seems to have been only a few seconds now. And he's looking at you, and he says, I'm sorry. So I didn't mean to. The name's Svofnir.
No, that's fine. I'll say as I like rub my eyes with my hand. No, that's fine. Go ahead, Swafnir. And then I'll look and I'll do that same gesture to Scully again.
I'm sorry, Kjartan. My brother, he calls me again. And I would do a little nod of my head to Kjartan as I walk over to my brother. That Kjartan, he is a very interesting fellow.
Indeed, as deep as a puddle, I'll say.
I kind of tip my head to the side a little bit on that, like not maybe missing a little bit of what you mean by that.
I'll say,
He
brother.
clearly is deeper than a puddle, brother. I do not understand your words.
No, indeed. Clever words, perhaps. You weave maybe not so clever thoughts. Nonetheless, we cannot get in this boat.
The boat we are in?
Yes, we must leave immediately.
Oh shit.
And I guess my eyes would drift over to that tree that had the 9 ravens on it, and I'd squint a bit. Are the ravens still there? Probably not. And then I'd look at my brother.
There's only 6 ravens now.
6. What do you think? What do you make of that, brother? There are now only 6.
Ill omen.
That is good enough for me. And what of the other 2? Do we leave them to their fate?
We shouldn't let anyone to this fate. This ship is doomed to the watery halls of Njord. There is no salvation to be had. I've seen it. Odin has granted me a vision. We cannot board this ship.
Yeah, we should tell the others. Should we not?
We should. I don't know how likely they are to believe in the visions that I'm seeing, but we cannot let them go without at least warning them. Nonetheless, I will not be getting on the ship, and neither will you. We cannot.
I, of course, trust you, brother. And I would kind of give him a quick nod and head over to Kjartan again, where we were just chatting. Well, I guess I was probably doing most of the chatting, and he was just kind of pretending to listen, maybe. And I would say, "Oh, good Kjartan, my brother has seen fell omens from the gods."
Did he tell the king of this?
No, he has just told me. But this ship, it is doomed. We would drown if we stay upon it. We will sink to the ocean bottom.
How does he know this?
He is touched, and I tap my head. He's touched by the gods. He sees all kinds of crazy shit. But he is my brother. Yeah, he's my brother, and I trust him. We must also let Haken know. Where is he gone? He's like a little mouse. He just sneaks off and is never heard. So I would look around for Haken.
Yeah, you probably see his feet sticking out from under a fur.
Yeah, perfect. So I go over and just soundly kick them as hard as I can. Oh, pardon, I did not see your feet there. I tripped over them. And then I would hunker down and whisper to him the exact same warning that I just whispered to Kjartan. The warning of my brother.
Yeah, I'll give you a strange look as he kind of rubs the sleep from his eyes.
It's the gods. Truly you believe in the gods. My brother, he is touched by them. And yeah, now kind of make like one of those, like, you know, like the. But I'm sure that this would probably be not kosher. But basically, I say he's touched. You know, he's touched by the gods. They tell him. They tell him these things. He sees ravens. I see birds. He sees something else. But yeah, I do not put so much stock in that. But I do put trust in my brother. We must. You must get off this ship with us. It is not safe. You must go. And I would just start to stand up at that point.
Yeah. So as you guys are kind of like having this conversation, you see that the ship at this point has been loaded. All the men are ready, and Ulfric walks back down the pier, stepping aboard, and he looks to you. He'd probably see you first, Ogvi, since Scully is off talking to Hakon. And you were the one that looks most concerned. He'd walk up to you and he'd clasp a hand on your shoulder and he'd say, "All right, brother. Are you ready? We shall set out at once."
We cannot go.
He looks at you. He's got this puzzled look on his face, and he brings a hand up and he runs it through this like his coarse red beard, and he kind of squints and he says, "What do you mean? You have sworn yourself to this service. My king relies on us. We must make for the Danevirk at once."
Indeed. I have sworn to serve your king, and I serve him best while I'm still breathing. I have foreseen that this ship will go beneath the waves, never to return. We cannot go.
He says, "Surely this cannot be. Our deeds are right and true, and we cannot afford to fail. I mean, if we do not meet with this Grom, our cause will be undone, man. And you have agreed. You will sail. You will sail." And he kind of shakes his head at that point, nodding. He seems to be convinced.
Ulfric, listen to me. Look into my eyes and listen to me. I am not setting sail on this ship. None of us should, but I am not. There is only death out there for the crew of this ship. Only doom. I have seen it. I have seen a man's face drowned when he spoke to me. I have seen the fate of the ship, heard the creaking of wood, the rush of waves. We cannot go.
And at this moment, you start to feel cold. This coldness sort of comes into you, and you feel this strange, like it's almost denial, like you're so angry that you don't want to do this thing, and but there's this voice in your head, like it's not the voice of a god or an otherworldly being, but instead it's your own voice, but slightly changed, slightly different, and you hear it say in your own mind, "Oh, but silly Ogvi, you already have gone. Don't you remember?" And then, like, all about you, just the whole scene melts away, and you suddenly feel yourself break the surface of the ocean, and you look all about, and you're like halfway up this 100-foot swell, and you see like 15 feet away from you the Harbinger, just in stark outline as big arcs of lightning just cascade just down at that moment. You see the broken off mast in the middle of this boat, just jutting up into the sky, almost as just like just a nasty broken thing. And a moment later, you're back on that boat arguing with Ulfric, and somewhere in your mind, it's still reeling now. You realize that you're trying to remember things differently. You want so very desperately to spare yourself and your brother and this crew from what you know is about to happen. but you can't. And almost as a stutter goes by, the people all around you, like about 5 minutes just pass, but in an instance for you. Now, still your brother's moving around doing what he's doing, but they're just about to set sail now. And how do you want to react to that, sir?
I would think, like in this time of like lines that Odin has spoken, and I would think about how he said the fate is wholly inexorable, nothing you can do about your fate, you just have to live it. And that would come as like a punch in the gut, knowing that I can't change it and that people will die, even though I know that they're going to die. I can't do anything about it. It's been weaved by the Norns, so I would just stand there, kind of just like looking. Almost, I can imagine like I'm standing there, and it's almost like they're moving slow in double speed, like zipping around the place doing stuff. While I just stand there, kind of like looking forlorn.
Excellent. And Hakon, while this is happening, you feel like this suddenly, like just the wind gets knocked out of you, just for no apparent reason, and you're coughing and you're choking and you're trying to gain your bearings once more. And Kjartan, you see this happening.
I see this happening as we're on the ship in the storm, or as we're on the ship docked?
You're on the ship dock, but we're just about to pull out now. They're just finalizing things. You would see Ogvi. You would have seen like Ogvi having like this conversation with Ulfric, but the words would have been garbled and like strange, almost alien. But you wouldn't think of anything of it. Like it just seemed normal to you for some weird reason. And then as that happened, you would just see Ogvi just standing there as people go about preparing, and he's just sort of standing there motionless for a time as people just move around him, hurriedly preparing the ship. And then just as the ship is about to prepare and a horn blares out, Hakon like keels over, the wind being knocked out of your chest, and then the two of you can interact if you so choose.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna catch him and I'm gonna pick him up and say, Hey, you alright?
Sure,
It's alright, breathe.
Spilled dizziness or something. Being on a ship obviously doesn't agree with me. Just usually it's out at sea, not at dock.
But you're not sick, are you?
Don't think so.
Well, try to get your bearings and keep on your feet.
Did Scally talk to you about Ogvi?
He said something about his brother being touched by the gods and seeing omens and portents, and now being afraid to sail on the ship. I don't know what it means myself. I don't know the man. He could be raving for all I know, but perhaps that is for the king to decide.
I have a foreboding sense there may be some truth in these visions.
If that is the case, then we should speak to the king. We cannot abandon him.
And just then, as you say that, you hear Asa, the sound of Asa screaming, shrill and distant.
Can I look around and see where she is?
Yeah, she's sitting right next to you, beside of you, calm, doesn't seem upset in the least. Doesn't seem to have heard anything either.
Are we under a spell?
Are you asking her?
No, I'm thinking that to myself. Can I try and resist it and break it if something's going wrong?
Absolutely. Try to wake up. Do it. What do we do to wake up? Let's try perception. Let's try perception.
Okay, 1 success.
Okay, and then you need mental for more?
Uh, yeah, let's see. I've got perception as a skill, and I've got a mental void rune. And should I weird?
Yeah, you definitely were. Let me make sure that you're shuffled real quick. I got it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Let me make sure that you're shuffled real quick. All right, you're shuffled. Go ahead.
One spiritual, one physical.
So you're not the most mentally in tuned person
Well,
in
I
the
got
world.
2 successes on it.
Oh yeah, you do. Okay, cool. So yeah, you start to feel something is weird, and then you hear and just as this is happening, the ship is pushing off from dock, right? You would kind of look over, almost in a trance at this point, as you look back towards the shore and you see it sort of slipping away. You see the light there, and you see standing at the hearth of not the hearth, the doorway of one of the outbuildings there. You see the figures of the king and the slightly taller man there. And as it pulls back further and further and further, now quickly, much more quickly than a ship could actually move. The two figures become only silhouette against the fire from within, and then just like your consciousness kind of goes whoop, like a TV, like an old TV shutting off, and then whoosh, it pulls, and suddenly you hear Ulfric screaming, and your eyes snap open, stinging with cold and salt. Ulfric spittle-strewn screaming, finally rousing you from your memories. Come out, damn you! There's still a chance to survive this. And as you gasp for air, choking, your throat and lungs burn from the salt and near drowning, you look around, see the men of the Harbinger scattered amongst the waves all around, the sail long gone, blown off into the and snatched up by the maw of the storm all about you. I need athletics checks from everybody right now, please. So I'm gonna set you back up, Jill. Just give me a second to shuffle everybody here.
All right.
Oh my God, we made it through the prelude. Good job, people. Good job. Now you can make real choices. Sorry, it was only supposed to be one session, but I got the timing off on the combat. So
I was making choices. They just didn't matter.
Yeah, well, no, they did. They set a precedence for your character and the way that you talk to each other and deal with each other, I think, a little bit. But yeah, you know.
Oh, I gotta draw.
1 success on athletics.
One for you.
I also have 1.
One for you. Hakon has 1 as well. Who's the lucky 0?
That'd be me.
All right, yeah. So immediately you look around, you see many of the men and women of the crew. These not women, sorry. There's only one woman on board, and that's Asa. Are strewn about the waves, just in the general vicinity. And like I said, the hail is the size of like sword pommels and axe heads. It's just coming down in at a tilted again angle, beating into the waves all about you. And again, the sky is just a tumultuous like vortex of angry black and gray clouds above. Nary a star in sight. Every now and then you see one leaking through the cloud cover above. But in almost near pitch blackness, except for the few times when the lightning strikes about you, you're able to see. You see Ogvi. Ogvi is there. His face is like planted down into the ship, which there's this well of water down there, and he's face down. You can see that he's starting to struggle to breathe, and finally he pulls his head back up, and you sit up now by choking the water from your lungs being expelled. That burning sensation that you felt for just a moment during your memories there, coming back to the fore completely. Looking around frantically, you would see your brother in the sea. He's gone overboard. Hakon, you awaken, nearly knocked over the ship, but you can feel like this bruising already starting to occur on your sternum, where you'd been thrust into the ship and the air had been dislodged from your lungs, and you're just now catching your breath. And then swinging back around to Scully, you're just popping above the water, cold, being battered by the splashing of the water from the hail and the hail itself. You can see the ship within 10 feet of you, but it's your arms are tired from the stress of trying to stay afloat in this while you're at this almost a 90-degree angle of this great swell, and then back around to Kiartan. You look up to see the now gaunt face, bald head, big red bushy beard, busted lip, and he's looking down at you and he's saying, "Come to your senses, man! Help us! Get up! We're men overboard!"
Let's see. I guess I'll just kind of stagger to my feet, shaking my head. I imagine I got hit in the head with a piece of, massive hail, and so I'm just kind of staggering, stunned, and I'll look around and I'll try and see where the overboard man might be.
Yeah, they're all about. There's only a few left at the oars, about 5, actually. The larger man that you'd seen earlier, as well as a scrawny one who seems to be quite close with him. All about you, though, there are men bobbing in the water, frantically trying to push and swim their way back to the ship. And then you hear it, the shrill screeching of Asa, and your eyes snap over, and you can see, almost perfectly separated by distance, so equal distance from each other, but an equal distance to the ship. You see Asa and Scully there fighting against the tide to try to make it back, both overboard.
So they're both overboard?
Yeah, you just hear Asa just screaming in the wind, or some of her screams make it to you, others are snatched up by the wind.
All right. Let's see. I'm going to quickly, tie a rope to my shield.
Okay.
And then I'm going to throw it a discus. Hopefully that the weight of the shield will let me throw it properly towards Asa.
Okay, excellent. And for you, Scully, what power did you want to use?
I am going to use my Knight of the Long Knives. So as I hit the cold water and get pulled away from the ship, I am going to, with the runes I pulled, I am going to amplify it. And what it does out of combat is it allows me to take a physical output and, increase it. So my output's going to be swimming. And I'm going to amplify that, and I'm also going to pop my Void Rune to make it an area effect to try and catch that girl, Kiartan woman in it.
What's the name of the ability, real quick?
It's Knight of the Long Knives.
Knight of the Long Knives. With this spell, you can augment the physical output of a recipient of your spell. Lumber is cut quicker, or is mined faster. Ship is booned. Okay. All right. Yeah. So that'll get you a success, a free success on your swim check to try to make it back to the ship. The shield, you'll need to make a athletics check to see if you can get it out to her. DC is going to be, I'm going to open the DC on that to be, it's going to be 3 with the storm and the wind, because the wind's going to want to pick up that shield and get it out.
So, okay, so I'm trying to get 3 successes?
Yeah. So I believe you have athletics 1, so you need 2 physical runes to get that shield out to Asa.
Dang, well, there's 1 physical rune.
Okay.
And, ouch. Not a physical rune.
Okay, so it goes wide and lands in the water about 10 feet away from her. and you're like struggling with the rope, trying to like pull it into a better position for her. As you see her head like bobs below the water momentarily, and then now is this like a song that you're singing out there, Scully? Like,
Yes.
what does this look like exactly?
Yes. I'm glad you asked, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
So I would hit the water, and immediately the first thing going through my mind is panic. I'm gonna drown. I'm gonna die in this cold ocean, just like this dream. This vague kind of dream I remember, talking with my brother and saying that we were going to all drown, and then wondering how fate brought me here, and then a calm starts to come over me, and it starts off as just a low hum. And then I go, and the night, and I don't actually sing it like that. I'm probably singing a hell of a lot better than I can sing.
Yeah.
And it is long, and it's you must bend and be strong, and it just kind of goes on like that. And as it does, it's just this kind of this warmth kind of washes over me. I mean, I can still feel the biting cold of the ocean, but it's dull just that little bit, and that warmth kind of gets down into my muscles, and it just gives me that little bit of strength. So when I do a stroke trying to swim, kind of like alongside this ship that was pulling away from me, I get just that much more with each stroke and each kick of my legs. And I also would just what's your little servant girl's name? Augie?
Asa.
Asa. So I would include her name. So I would kind of put some encouragement for her in there. Young dame, have faith. The gods will see you through, and I would say her name, Asa, and I would just try to encourage her to swim, too. Whether she will do it or not, I don't know.
Yeah. So she like bobs under the water for just a moment, and as this happens, like Kiartan, your heart would sink for a moment, and then the wind would pick up your voice, Scully, and it would carry it across the wave and up the swell. And a moment later, like you just see like these two hands just grasping for the sky would just burst forth from the wave, and they would start to paddle, and they would get into time, and she'd begin to tread water and attempt to make her way towards the boat. And she's just gonna weird out right now and see what happens. Okay, all right, yeah. So she's got one physical ruin. So she's sort of paddling. She's struggling. 2 successes. She gets to the shield, and she starts to try to pull herself in. But at this point, it's going to go to you, to athletics, Kiartan, to try to fight the current to pull her in now that she's got a hold of the shield. But we're going to stop that for just a moment, and we're going to turn over to Hakon and Ogvi and see how they are handling these circumstances that they're finding themselves in. That Ogvi knew he would find himself
in. Yeah, I would. I guess I'm still in the boat, right?
Yeah, you were in the boat. You were being drowned by the water in the swell of the boat. You fell over and hit your head against something, and yeah.
Yeah, I would stand up and kind of shake the water out of my beard and hair, icy, hideous cold water, and I'd look around at the destruction all around, huge waves, crackling lightning, and just think, why did I get on the boat?
Because you swore an oath, and because they'd kill you if you tried to leave.
They would have. That was the other option. If I was like,
yeah.
God damn it, don't make
Yeah,
me
I
do
knew.
this.
I was thinking when that was happening. I was thinking, come on, you can't give players the opportunity to, change the past. If you let them go off the rails in the past, then they will go off the rails.
No, I think more than the oath, like it was the fate that got Ugly. Like he didn't really care about the oath as much as he cared about the fact that this was meant to happen and that Odin has a plan.
Did you recognize Svarknir's name when I said it?
That's the guy I saved, right?
That's the guy you tried to save.
Yeah.
And failed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. I was just curious.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
All right. All right. Cool. So what are you gonna do? Yeah, you see all this chaos going on all about you.
All right, so I can see my brother is off to the side, and quickly thinking, I'll begin chanting, and then I'll draw a series of runes for cold, for giants, for snow, for ice. And when I finish, a 10-foot cube of ice will appear beneath my brother and just press through the surface of the water so he can float without drowning. That is me beckoning Jotunheim.
Oh shit! Yes, you hear this like strange, like the water almost seems to groan and crack beneath you, and then you feel like you feel this pressure pushing up against you, this slippery, slidey pressure, and then boom, you're coasting along on a raft of ice, essentially.
And I will, as soon as I do that, I will just be, I'll feel the coldest I've ever felt. Like all of my extremities will go numb, and I'll just begin shivering, like, and just like desperately try to get the heat back in me as I welcome the world of the frost giants into this world, to save my brother.
Yeah, definitely. You definitely feel the drain of the power, and the the schism between worlds. That's no small feat. And it's not something that generally goes unnoticed either, and you know that. All right, so you now have 2 free successes on your swim check because you have a song going, and you now have something to float on while you try to paddle yourself back. And Kjartan also has got his shield out to Asa at this point. Asa was able to swim towards it, get a hold of it. What is Hakon doing?
Well, Ogvi really stole Hakon's thunder.
Oh.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's alright. I'm just going to do something stupid anyway. Hakon's going to grab 2 ropes. He's going to tie one around his waist, and he's going to keep a hold of the other. The other side of the ropes he's going to throw towards 2 men that he can see with the command to either tie it onto something or pull us in, and he's going to dive into the water and start swimming towards the little girl.
Okay. All right. Excellent. So we've got... all right, cool. So you're in the water now. So is Scully and Asa. And yeah, so you throw the rope, and the big burly fella, this guy, he seems a little older than the other sailors. He's got a number of scars, and now that the wind has kind of ripped away some of his clothing, you're actually able to see the streaks of white scar tissue down his back, possibly from past whippings. And he snatches up the rope and expertly ties it off to the broken mast, and you're able to plunge yourself into the sea. And as you do so, like, once again, mind you, you're not diving into like a still pool either. You're diving into like a fucking like just massively fucking like sideways wave at this point. The whole of the Harbinger has been turned on its side now, so the whole thing is kind of like almost sideways, like threatening to roll on itself. And the remaining few sailors at the fore are trying to right the boat to no avail. Meanwhile, as you jump into the water, you steal a glance towards the what is it? The rudder oar, the steer oar, and you see Ulfric there, and he is leaned back. And as he is leaned back, you notice this large chunk of splintered wood, probably from the mast, perhaps from some other part of the boat, protruding from his chest. As he lays there, bracing himself against the, and then you're in the water. So, you can add successes with athletics to Asa, and if Hakon makes it to her, so he'll have to make the first swim test to make it out to her. And if he makes it to her, then your successes will stack with his successes to help Asa return to the boat. Scully, you have 2 free successes, so you just need to succeed at your swim test to make it back onto the Harbinger to fight against the current. So let's go ahead and weird. Let me make sure that I've got everybody shuffled. And we'll see how this pans out for you guys. Wait, what's that say? You want to shuffle this deck? Yes, I do want to shuffle this deck. Okay, so what do we got?
2 successes total for me.
Okay, 2 for athletics. Okay, excellent.
Thank the gods that I have an athletics down there. So that's 3 for me.
3 for you?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, this turn 2 total. I mean, whatever, if she's got the shield to pull her in.
Yeah, three total. Yeah, I meant 3 total.
This turn I got 2. I don't know how many I had before. 2, I think?
Yeah, so, because of the way that it worked, like, your first attempt wasn't a success, so it's not going to count towards the second attempt. The reason why you get a second attempt is because she actually made it. She weirded to actually make it to the shield, which missed in the first place. So,
okay.
And what about you? Hakon? How did you do in swimming?
Well, I've got the 1 success from the athletics, I believe. So.
Okay, so swim is a separate skill from athletics, guys. Just to let you know.
Oh, I have the swim. Does that automatically give me another one? So I would have 4?
Do you have 4 now? Then you're okay. Yeah, you make it back. Yeah, so we'll resolve all of that. So yeah, if you have swim, then you add that as a success.
Oh, I had that last time. Shit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The only one who's
bad.
No, it's all good. The only one who's using athletics right now is Kiartan, because instead of swimming, Kiartan is trying to pull this shield back through the current of this monstrous current that you're fighting against. And with 2 successes, Jill will impart 1 success to Asa, who is sitting at. So that means she's sitting at 2 already in the water, and now we need to get Hakon out to her if she's going to survive, because she needs 4 successes to make it back successfully.
Well, in that case, I'm going to maintain my song then to try to keep that area effect for the swimmers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, excellent. So I'm going to give Hakon a success from that too. Then, if you're going to use the area thing, we will cinch down how these things work out of combat. Currently, I'm totally cool with how this is going. But we'll figure out how to make sense of these rules for out of combat stuff. Probably during the break, I'll do some thinking on that and talking to you guys about that. Okay, so that will lend 1 more success to you, Hakon. So how'd you do? You did shitty, right? You didn't do.
I did shitty. Yes, the technical term is shitty.
You have run from swim, though, right?
Nope.
Okay, so Hakon, you begin to drown immediately. Now, what you can do here is you can make an ultimate sacrifice to succeed. Now, any of you guys during this little process here can do the same thing. Now, ultimate sacrifice, what that means is that one of your runes goes into the drain pile and it stays there until I tell you can have it back.
One of the runes out of our hand?
Yeah, so you just weird a rune and drop it into drain, and you will succeed.
Oh, I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, I'll do that if possible then.
It's all right, yeah, because otherwise you're gonna have to weird for your life, because you're drowning currently.
In for a penny, in for a pound. I'll give it a shot.
Mm-hmm.
So you just want to pull 1 from this?
You just pull for 1 from that, and you put it in a drain, and you're able to make it out to Asa. So you begin to drown, and you just feel this determination come over you. You remember in the boat, you remember having that kind of awkward conversation about if we stay on this boat, we're gonna die. We're all gonna die. And you just, in this moment of determination. You just decide that today is not the day that you're going to die, and you burst forth from this salty, briny, icy water, and you manage to paddle your way out to Asa, who is desperately clinging to the shield as she bobs up and down between the waves. Now, while this is happening, Ogmai kind of slumps down, a great chill entering his body all the way to the core of his bones, and he kind of slumps down onto one of the benches there, the oaring benches, rowing benches. Meanwhile, Scully is paddling now atop a raft of ice, a miniature little iceberg. You manage to navigate your way back to the boat, and you're just now getting a hand on the edge of the boat as you're keeping up your song in the storm, and you're just trying to raise your voice as you get further and further away from these allies of yours, and somehow, like almost mystically, magically perhaps, the wind is carrying your voice out to them, and they're still affected by this. So now you get to decide at this point, Hakon. You can try to help her get back, or you can let her try to help you get back. All the while, you now at this point have 3 free successes from your allies. I'm sorry, it's 2. So you got 1 from Kjartan for pulling on the rope. She's up there. He's up there just fighting against this water. Pulling against the rope. You have your own rope, so that's another success. And then you have the song from Scully here, which is instilling you with yet more fervor. So you have 3 successes. You need to pull 1 physical rune to make it back on that boat. Can you do it? Let me shuffle.
Oh, shit. So I just pulled one.
Was it that red one there? I had,
no, it's a green one.
It's the green one? Okay, so you guys on the boat. Now, the only person who can actually do something about this is Kjartan.
You pulled 2, right?
Yeah, you do pull 2. Pull another one.
Oh. There you go.
There it is! Okay. Okay, guys, so you guys succeed. Let's hear someone else besides me give a description of how this all goes down, but you're going to get everybody back on board. Go.
Well, I guess Hakon will grab onto Ossa, tie the excess rope around her, and give a tug to the shield, hoping that Kjartan will tug with all his might and drag it back to the boat.
Yeah, absolutely. Kjartan's just gonna like growl, and like you'll see maybe like he seems to sort of grow a little bit wolfish, and you'll see him just like his muscles bulge, and he'll just yank the rope in and just like keep hauling you hand over hand until you're close enough to grab on yourselves.
Right on. And right as you do that, you guys crest the wave and begin to make your way down the other side of the swell right as you're pulling up. And as this upheaval actually happens, this changing current, it gives you a little bit of that last little boost, and you're able to get an arm up there, and the others are able to start pulling the 2 of you up and onto the ship proper, where you no doubt are shivering and quite cold, and the ordeal is still all about. Now, with everyone back on the ship, you look around, you see no end to the swells all about you. Now on the apex of the one that you're on, you can see the storm. It just goes off forever as far as you can see. You have to make it through. You only have 5 men at the oars at this point. Those around the boat have fallen away, been consumed by the sea. You weren't able to save anybody but your friends. And I need a quick because I need to go to the restroom. So we'll just pause right there for a moment.
All right.
So Joe,
Hmm?
I'm listening to this Nordic music in the background, and the song that's on just as we're like getting back on the boat is like this kind of this deep melodic. I don't know. I'm not big on music, um, but it's just like if you were watching a movie, it'd be the point when all the chaos and the noise and stuff would die down in the movie, and the soundtrack would take over, and it's just very somber as you're realizing like how many men have died and everything. So it was perfect timing.
Nice. What you listening to?
It's just something on YouTube. It's one of the usually when I'm playing a Viking game, I'll play it. It's just Nordic music.
Who's it by?
Um, it's about by 10 hours of everything.
Makes sense.
Wait,
Hey. Oh. Oh yeah. Wardruna, so epic.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It's necessary listening when you play a Viking game.
Yeah. Right on. Alrighty, Chex, are you there?
I am.
All right, cool. Let me see here. Let me check my notes. Yep. All right, yeah. So all back aboard the Harbinger now. The mast has been cracked and sundered. The sail long lost. Many of the oars also claimed by the sea. Quickly taking the lay of the situation, you quickly notice that much of the cargo, the supplies and whatnot that had been brought aboard. When you left with parted company with the king, have been washed away as well. The storm is still very much afoot, though with this now going down the other side of the swell, you would be able to right the boat. At this point, though, it's very clear that it will take all men, all the remaining men. So there's 9 of you total. The 4 of you. The 5 of the other, the sailors, the crew. None of the original war band survived, though 8 had remained with you. Asa is shivering, cold, exhausted, unable to be of much assistance, though she will try, of course. She is a brave woman. And Ulfric himself is gravely wounded at this point. You're all able to get a glance at him and see that he has this large chunk of mast sticking out of his chest. Though he tries to make himself useful, it is not very much the case, and instead he sort of slumps there. So one of you can try to take the steer oar, or
that's going to be what Kyoten would do right off, because he knows if we swerve to either side, we're getting dumped right over. We have to keep our bow into the waves.
Okay, so that's navigation to run that.
That's a cat.
Yeah, that's my guy. He's being loud again, as per usual.
That's the ship's cat.
He also waited like directly after the break to drop a big deuce right behind me, so now I get to smell that. Matter of fact, give me 2 seconds to deal with that real quick.
Hey, have you guys noticed, like, cat owners, when they try to stream anything, cats are like, "Oh hell no, you're not." They're like in their face, meowing. All the rest of the day, they ignore the hell out of you. So the minute you turn your camera on, you start talking to somebody else and streaming something, boom, cat.
They hear you being noisy.
They're like, "What? I didn't say you could have friends. What is going on over here?"
It's like, I don't want you paying attention to anyone other than me. If you're paying attention to anything else, that means you might not pay attention to me if I want you. So I'm going to make sure you're paying attention to me. Some dogs can also be like that, although they'll usually stop if you tell them to.
Alright guys, sorry about that interruption there. Alright, so will Ogvi, what will Ogvi do? Will he take an oar?
Well, Alvi was going to look towards Carton and say, "No, don't take it. The gods will steer it for us. Just steer us to this point, and I trust in Odin. And I'll just stand at the front of the ship with my arms raised."
I'm going, and Kjartan will seize the steering oar all the same and yell, "Either calm the seas, Runecaster, or take an oar, or I will throw your useless weight over the side myself."
Not listening, looking at the waves, arms raised.
As I'm bending an oar, I would just say, "The hell with the gods. Steer this damn ship. Don't listen to my crazy brother." You saved my life. Thank you very much.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah, is he just staring out at the waves?
Yeah, apparently he's pulling a Leonardo DiCaprio at the head of the ship. Yeah.
Man, Odin has gotten us this far. We are alive because of him. Fate is inescapable, so let's just go with fate. That's what Ogvi's thinking.
Is Ogvi just a really bad music video? Just constantly staring off into the distance?
Shit. That makes. I'm gonna go into a rage. I think that is enough to trigger a rage.
Oh shit! What's going down on the Harbinger right now in the middle of the ship?
I would like to point out that during Kjartan's first outburst, Hakon sat down, took up an oar,
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think
All
like
right.
my eyes are gonna flash red, and I'm going to say, and I'm going to like howl, "You coward! Odin helps those who help themselves. Take an oar."
I'll turn around to look, and I'll say, "You need to lower your voice."
Uh,
And I will say, "If you think you want to do something about this, then step forward. But if you do, I will promise you that you will end up in the waves."
oh shit. Okay, so I'm level 2 raging?
Oh no! Oh no! What is happening aboard the Harbinger? All right.
And
Is
I'm,
it intensity 2 rage now?
yeah, let's see, so what does that give me? I believe,
It basically is the same, but you may have some other skills that I think it gives you like an extra. It doesn't give you anything until it hits level 4, unless you have like other abilities that tie into it, which you may very well. I can't remember exactly what all you have. So basically, like rage, what it does is it gives you a number of benefits, and I guess I can look up the condition now since we're using it. I'll drop it into chat here in a moment.
yeah.
It's it's a mouthful, but it basically gives you the more damage you take, the more badass you are essentially. Um, but it also has the roleplay implication of you being enraged. So like the roleplay implication of different intensities of being enraged, that can be whatever you like. I mean, that's your providence. But as far as mechanics go, basically at intensity 1 it does a bunch of stuff, and then at intensity 4 it increases that.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna, like, I think he's gonna be part wolf now, like, fangs in his mouth from the rage and frothing. And I just want to
Okay.
run up, grab him, and, like, shove him onto an oar bench and snarl, "Row!"
No
Right.
way.
A
I'm going to
dog
use
bark.
point my hand and fling you off the ship with power over wind.
I wonder if I could interject before Kjartan full-on rages across the deck to my brother. As I'm pulling at an oar, seeing the dire situation we're in, knowing how pig-headed my brother can be, and not knowing Kjartan as well, but seeing him just start to just change before my eyes. Very similar with what I had done with my brother earlier. I'm going to do the same thing with Kjartan, but not but just taking away that piece of his memory where he's mad at my brother because he's standing at the front of this ship like a total boob. But more, I just want her to just remember, steer the damn ship. Don't worry about, forget about him. Steer the ship. So what I would be saying is, Kjartan, you are doing so well in steering the ship. It'll make such a great ballad. Yes, I know how it will go. It will go like this. There was this great warrior, and his name was Kjartan, and there was so few men on this ship, but yet he pulled them all through. And as I'm doing that, I'm doing that same little subliminal message thing, which is ignore the buffoon at the front of the ship. I'm wiping that from her mind to help maybe calm some of that rage, and she gets more focused on what she's doing and actually doing very well, and that's steering the ship.
Yeah, I think that works.
So does it work? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. What it does is it makes him lose a train of thought. So the train of thought that I'm wanting her to lose is I'm going to freaking ass beat that mofo at the front of this boat. So I want her to forget that part and just remember the part where what she really got there to do was steer the boat.
Okay, so basically, it's up to you, Jill, whether that succeeds without a weird, or you'll have to overcome your rage. You get to pick, though.
I think it'll work.
Okay. Awesome.
He will remember that he needs to steer the ship with, if he's using any magic, it might jar him a little bit and make him Remember that he needs to steer the fucking ship. Don't forget about being angry.
Yeah, it also probably
So
helps that
doing
the
that.
second you like get up and start walking forward, the back of the ship starts turning like immediately, and then this. Okay, so excellent. So crisis averted. I literally thought I was about to set up a battle map for PvP right there. Like I literally thought I was about to do that. Like I was like, oh shit, this is crazy. I'm like, you guys are like obviously like you're like, all right, finally I got control of my character. Now I'm gonna kill everybody else. You sons of bitches, I love you all. That's great.
Is there still a sail, Nick?
No, there's no sail. That's long gone. Yeah, that started this whole thing off. That was the first scene where I robbed Kjartan of his victory over that sail, that very sail. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So we're back to trying to survive. We're down one oarsman. That's going to increase the difficulty of everyone else's check by 1. Good luck. So basically, navigation. What navigation will do is one of you can do navigation, the person that's at the steer oar, and if they succeed at their check, then everyone else that's doing athletics and endurance on the oars, which is what you guys are going to be doing on the oars, this is kind of a skill challenge, will get an automatic success. Now, this is quite difficult. You cannot use the ultimate sacrifice to automatically succeed at the navigation check, but you can make...
What? Sorry, you got garbled.
You can't use the ultimate sacrifice to auto-succeed at the navigation check, but you guys on the oars can use the ultimate sacrifice to succeed at your athletics or endurance. And the person who's navigating can try again in between the two different weirds. So we need, basically what we're going to do is we're going to do, Kjartan's going to try to navigate, and while Kjartan is navigating, the rest of you are going to do athletics and try to succeed, except for Ogbai, who refuses. Your difficulty for that has been increased because you're down one guy, and but if Jill succeeds at navigation, it will be reduced as well. So let's see what happens here. So first, navigation. Do you have that skill at all, Jill?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So you weren't the best ship pilot. I wonder how you beat the.
Yeah, that's weird. I thought I would be. Because, you know, you just got to be strong and keen-eyed to hold the steering wheel.
Mm-hmm. So go ahead and weird for that, and see what you get. It's a mental skill. No, it's not. It's going to be in this instance because you're using both your mind and your muscles. It'll be mental or physical.
All right. Well, I've got. Let's see. 1 mental rune plus my void rune, so that's 2 mental rune successes.
Okay. So unfortunately, you're having trouble.
Can I use athletics for the physical skill success?
No, okay. It was all in one. So like if you had grabbed a physical, it was basically I was saying that navigation was applicable to both physical and mental in this instance, which gave you better chances of success.
Yeah.
But obviously, so you did not get to the magic number, but that will carry for your second try. So you're able to hold the ship straight as best you can with the help of the men at the oars, but you're not able to gain a boon for your allies. Now, the other 3 of you, or well, I guess the other 2 of you, have to make an athletics check to try to contribute to the sailing of the ship through the storm. And mind you, at this point now, where our time is dilating out. Like this is over the course of hours that this is happening. At this point now, as you fight through this long night. I guess I'm just gonna have to learn to. I'm just gonna have to say long night a lot. That's just what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna say long night a lot like that.
Yep.
Okay, so unfortunately, both of you failed your athletics check. So you get to decide at this point if you're going to take the fail or if you're going to put one of your runes in the drain pile and take success instead.
I would like to try something.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I would like to. I have this little wooden statue that I keep in one of my many, many pockets. Just a carving of a berserker, like a little man biting a shield that I use on the taffel boards. And I'll take some of my blood and wipe it across his face, and he should ideally grow until he's the size of a small person to become an effigy under my command. And then I would set him to row.
Okay. Okay. He will take away the negative for you not rowing.
Excellent.
Excellent. Okay. Unfortunately, you guys still failed. Unless do you have athletics as a skill?
I do, yes.
And so your DC here was 3 now. So did you beat 3? No, you didn't beat 3.
No.
Okay, so basically at this point, what I meant to say earlier is basically you either succeed or you have to put it in the drain pile, because failure isn't an option in this sequence. So you both failed. So drop a rune into your drain piles respectively.
Do we draw one to drop?
Yeah, you draw it. Well, actually, no. In this circumstance, because I'm going to let you pick one of the ones that you just used, because it would be an unfair disadvantage if I took away your only physical rune for the next weird. So.
Okay.
Okay, so those two are out. All right, so yeah, you guys are struggling, and you just put like everything you have into this. You go past your breaking point, and you're panting, you're sweating, you're cold, you're hot, you're everything all at once, burning your muscles, all of them, and but you manage to push on, and you got the rhythm right, and you're stroking correctly. And now we'll go into endurance, but first we'll see if the navigator can get you your bonus. So let me shuffle all your decks real quick, and we'll see what she can do. Okay.
Draw?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. Let's see, 2 successes.
2 successes?
Yeah.
Okay, yep, so that's enough. So it lowers the difficulty of the endurance. You're able to navigate the ship in such a way that that you're slipping in, you slip yourself into a bit of a current that it's almost imperceivable to the naked eye, but you have had a bit of time at sea, and you are able to slip the boat into that current, and it helps stabilize the ship, keep it from rocking too perilously, which helps, of course, at the oars. So the other 2 who are now rowing, and I'm going to let you weird on this as well for your effigy over there. Just
Okay.
weird your own runes for your effigy, if you don't mind.
No worries. Whole lot of nothing.
Okay, so you are able to maintain at the oars their Hakon, but Scully and Ogvi, you see Ogvi that you're yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, he would have endurance as a skill.
He does, so he has 1 success. He does need 3.
Okay. What level did he start for? He could. I guess. Yeah, I should make it beforehand. So he would definitely have 1, but yeah, I don't know beyond that.
Yeah. So because it was the initial difficulty was 4, and then the navigator brought it down to 3, which made it possible.
Can I take a ultimate sacrifice to have him make it?
Yeah, absolutely. So between you and Scully, one of you need to make an ultimate sacrifice.
I'll do it.
Now, I imagine, like, let's actually go into this scene for a moment here. So this is the end of the skill encounter. Scully, you are exhausted. Like, you have just put everything you have into this, and your brother's effigy is there. And Ogva, you would see your brother starting to falter, and help us to understand like how your ultimate sacrifice is happening here and how that affects your brother and
Yeah.
how you're sparing him from his.
Like Ogvi would have been having a vision quest pretty much the entire time. He's having this incredibly intense personal journey as he sits at the front of the ship, or stands rather, and he's like pelting wind and rain, and he's just putting his hands his fate into the hands of Odin. But then he kind of, at one stage, he will take a deep breath and turn, and you'll see the faces of his companions, and particularly his brother, who are exhausted and sweating and freezing and everything. And he'll kind of realize maybe that was selfish. Even for the wisdom I've gained, maybe that was selfish. And so he would cut deeply into his left hand, deeply enough that he could see some cartilage in there. And then he would like squeeze really tightly, and then he would flick the blood at the effigy. It would cover its face with a couple droplets, and then it would just like redouble its efforts and just suddenly begin rowing as if it was 10 men. And you would see Ogvi just like breathing incredibly heavily as if he was doing it himself.
Excellent. Fantastic. And as this happens, you guys, the rowing continues for a number of hours. The swells, they just keep coming one after the other. This grueling, constant threat of death at any moment should the ship roll. And then, after these many hours pass, just as quick as the storm led on, the sea levels out, becoming almost glassy and calm, not a lick of wind about. And then, as if on cue, this great obscuring fog rolls in, and it's wisps reaching out and through and across the boat until all are consumed, and visibility is reduced down to about 15 feet, as in like you can't even see. As you sit, Starton, at the steer oar, Ulfric, bleeding beside of you, you can't even barely see the mast or what was left of it there. And as this happens, you hear the sounds of the men at the oars, those who are not you, gasps of relief. You hear a couple of them praise the gods. And it just, this great becalming happens, and while you're looking about, within this small range of visibility that you can all see, you can see now the full damage that's happened to the boat. Like there's big chunks of wood that have been bent to beyond the point of breaking and have done so, and planks are sticking out at jilted angles. Nasty iron nails protruding here and there, but otherwise the sea is calm. All is well again, at least for now, though you are lost at sea upon a wrecked vessel, and the scene's open.
Well, the first thing that I would do is I would just kind of collapse down onto my oar. My hands are just a wreck, all torn and bloody and cold. I can't even actually feel them. My mind in my head just is throbbing. I've never exerted myself physically in this fashion ever in my memory. And I just breathe heavy. I am just, it's almost welcoming as this fog rolls in, and I just whisper, Loki's Guile, and then I just kind of nod off, like not a real sleep, but it's just like when you're so tired, you want to sleep, but I'm also so miserable that I just can't. It hasn't quite taken me yet.
And I think I'm gonna just totally exhausted, sort of slump against the steering oar, but then I'm going to look down and I'm going to see, is Ulfric still alive?
Oh, yeah, Ulfric is breathing heavily. You could see a pool of crimson froth about him, where his blood has mixed with the seawater in the bowels of the ship, and his breathing is ragged and harsh. But you see that as you look down at him, he catches your eye, and he's got this kind of like almost a smile, which is not something anyone's ever seen amongst you from Ulfric. But you see he kind of looks up at you and nods, and under his breath, almost sputtering, you hear him say, "Oh, well done."
And I'm going to call, if any of you has any skill with medicine, come here to Ulfric. I know not what to do. And then I'm going to kneel down and I'm say, Ulfric, I don't know if you will live or not, but we have not received any instructions from the king other than to follow your lead. You should perhaps tell us what we were intended to do.
So you guys would hear this call coming through this mist. And mind you, this mist, it has like this almost eerie glow to it as the light of the Bifrost above and the stars, which must be out bright, though you cannot see them, are refracting light all throughout this mist. So it has this strange, almost like white light to it, coursing through with bits of flecks of prismatic light as well. And you would hear the call, and then Ulfric would, of course, turn to you, Kjartan, and he would say, "Yes, I doubt this old dog will see land once more. You're right, good Kjartan. Listen, we were to go to Grom to seal an alliance. He once offered my king his daughter's hand in marriage for his support to the claim of his throne." And he coughs and he says, initially, Farman declined the offer, but now under these circumstances, he feels he has no better chance than to align with Grom the Old, who sits atop the Danavik Wall, a mighty citadel to the south. He's a strange man. Be careful with him, but please, if you can, find your way there. We were to reconvene with Farman in Jorvik after securing the alliance. He was to meet us there in 3 weeks' time. Though I know not if we will make it to land in even that, or survive nonetheless.
Aye. Rest. And I'm going to look up and see if anyone has any healing skills.
Right. Hearing Kjartan yell that out, Scully wearily gets to his feet and kind of walks over and kneels down opposite side of the wounded Bristlebeard, and he looks down at him, and he says, "Your wound, it is very grave. I do not know if I have the skill to heal it. So I'd like to weird, with your permission, Nick,
Okay.
and see if I can draw what I need to heal this guy, and if not, I'll just role play out what happens."
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah. Ugvai has the skill to heal this man, but he's choosing not to.
You are an ass!
You're
Alright.
a bastard.
Speaking of that, though, actually, I need to know, Ogbai, which of those two runes that you're going to sacrifice. Because if it's one of them, then you won't have the power to heal him anymore.
That's true. That's the one I would use for sure, because Rack is awesome.
Okay. All right, excellent. So yeah, you approach, and yeah, man, what you see you see this older man. His age had never really been all that apparent before, but now in this wounded state, you see the lines of his face are extremely accentuated by the ordeal, and embedded in his chest, like directly probably below where we now know the heart would be, is essentially like, I don't know if you can see my camera right now. Can you see my camera right now? It's like maybe the girth of like a softball, but it's a stick. It's like a big jagged splinter that's just sticking out, and there's like this little gurgle of blood kind of seeping out and down. And then go ahead.
Yeah, so I drew the stones that I would need to. So I'll just role play it. So I look over at Kjartan and I say, when I start the song, it is very important that when I nod to you, you quickly remove that from his chest. If you do not do it quick enough, then he will die. If you do it too soon, he will die. Even if you get it out in time, he may still die. So I would start off as a low, almost like a whisper of a song, but the words that they're words that I had learned many years ago. It's still kind of like a vague memory to me, but I find that when I need to, they come to me, and it's an ancient language, no longer spoken. And so I just start in a whisper, and as I'm whispering, you start to see this glow start to just kind of form around the old helmsman laying on the deck. And as the glow starts to intensify, I nod my head to Kjartan, and my voice starts to pick up volume, and the resonance also starts to kind of cause the deck just below him to kind of vibrate a little bit. And as it does, this bright light kind of just emanates and rips out of his chest. And I would imagine that he would just scream with pain, because this is not a kind, gentle healing. This is literally like the flesh knitting back together in a painful, like a searing, like a hot iron would sear flesh. That's how it's searing his skin together. And yeah, so I'm going to heal him and also amplify the heal to try to make it more effective. And after I am done, you can tell me whether he lives or not, Nick, and that's what depending on whether he lives or not is what I'll do next.
Okay, cool. So you said you amplified?
Yeah, I'm going to amplify my Apples of Idun.
All right, so since you amplified, I'm going to draw 3 runes here, and if we get a physical rune, then he survives, but the injury is not properly healed. If he gets 2 runes, then you actually manage to stabilize him pretty well. And if he gets 3 physical runes, then you'll manage to heal him completely here with this. So I'm gonna draw him out, and I'll just put him right on top of yours up here. So okay, so that's a bad. That's not good. He's physical. Uh-oh. And so the healing, yeah, well, you know what that means. It's gonna
so as the last note of my healing song ends, he just shudders, and he just and his head just kind of lolls off to the side, and I look over at Kjartan and I just shake my head and I say, his injury was too great. And I just stand wearily to my feet and walk back to the bench I was sitting on.
Excellent.
Dang, his void rune wasn't physical, I guess.
They don't get them. You heroics are the only ones that get void runes. Yeah, nobody else has those. Yeah, it gives you an edge in almost everything. Oh man, fantastic! Yeah, so unfortunately, your healing magic, while very miraculous and potent, just wasn't quite enough to deal with this mortal wound, and he has succumbed to it. Okay, you guys are still lost at sea. At this point, the other sailors, you guys, I'm guessing, kind of like, do you guys sort of form up into a group? How does this? How do you see this going on as time begins to pass? Like when we're talking about days begin to pass as what kind of food or water did you have on in your lockers? Because all of the supplies were lost. All of the common supplies were lost. So all you have left, you guys, now is what you had put into your lockers beneath your workbenches.
So I would have about a week's. I have a week's rations.
Yeah,
Okay.
same here.
Yep.
Okay, that's good. So you guys have weeks worth of rations, right?
Yep.
What about you, Ogvar?
Yeah, I probably would have had rations like everybody else.
Did you put it on your sheet?
Yeah, what is this probably, Ogvar?
I don't know.
Lloyd! Sidebar, Lloyd. Lloyd, don't ever say probably or I think.
Oh, okay, yeah, I have 5 dry rations.
Okay, so you guys are good for about a week, and time begins to pass, and like
fish.
hunger is coming. Yeah, you can try to fish, and there becomes a bit of a rift between the two groups, party members, the sailors, the 5 sailors, and you guys. Now they move towards the front of the ship. I think it's is it the prow, or is it it's the prow and the aft are the 2 sides, right? Isn't that right?
Fore and aft, bow and stern.
Bow. Okay, so you guys are kind of down by the bow.
The very front that plows through the water.
Okay, yeah. So Kjartan has claimed the steer oar, so I'm guessing that the rest of you would have kind of conglomerated on that side of the boat, and the others would be at the other side of the boat. And you can hear as the days roll on, and this mist, it's there. Like you never feel like completely dry, even though you've managed to bail most of the water out of the boat itself. There's still this kind of like just soggy feeling to everything, as this like unending mist, which is again, it's just this a very light glow to it as the days roll on.
And the mist has never lifted?
No. It has been. I'm going to say 5 days at this point.
All right. Well, I'm gonna be transforming into a wolf and like trying to listen or smell for land. See if I can hear the sounds of land or smell anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
What direction to go in?
So
I'll be doing this however often I can.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can become a wolf. You're the size of a horse.
So yeah, I'll probably do that intermittently so I can still steer the ship.
So
like every few hours.
All right. So let's go in scene for this, because this interests me. Kjartan, what happens? And then, I mean, like, what the hell do the rest of you think of this? Because this is pretty ridiculous. So what happens, Kjartan?
As the mist keeps continually just being here and not lifting, and we have no idea where we are, and we can't see the stars, we can't navigate, Kjartan's gonna stand away from the steering oar a little bit, and then he's gonna sort of look around and he's gonna start twitching a little bit. And as he twitches, he's gonna go to all fours, and he's just gonna grow and swell, and his knees twist around backwards, and his nails turn into giant claws, and his face elongates, and he grows these big teeth, and then fur just sprouts everywhere, and he's standing as this wolf, this giant horse-sized wolf before you, and he's gonna, just prowl over to the side and cock his head and listen, and then take a deep breath to see if he smells anything.
And mind you, guys, as this is happening, like the whole boat is being rocked about while this transformation is happening, and you all bear witness.
I guess I'll be like sucking the marrow out of a bone from something that I had taken, just like wasting nothing. And I would look and I would kind of nod, like, it's pretty impressive. It's a bit showy. And then I'd go back to sucking the juice out of this bone.
A bit showy. The guy who's unarmed steps through a fire and uses a bunch of spell magic on a bunch of motherfuckers. Oh, it's showy.
What wasn't showy?
I love it. I love it. All right. How about you, Hakon? Hakon has a little bit of a more timid disposition. How does this affect him?
At first, as the boat starts rocking, Hakon's just not really paying attention. 5 days sitting at the oars, kind of taking the half smile he constantly wears off his face. Not to mention the cloth he's now got wrapped around his bloody and broken hands. But he catches the sight of this wolf prowling towards the side over the corner of his eye, and it makes the stand up just in time as the oar kind of hits him in his sore ribs, and he doubles over.
Yes.
His just face just a gasp as he watches.
Oh man. Yeah, like you hear, like initially you hear like, oh, what the hell is going on over there? And then like this like kind of small lithe fellow, you see him like you see his figure at first just sort of coming through the fog, just a shapeless, faceless figure. But then as he like creeps forward, you begin to see the expression on his face, and as you see, like I just imagine like there's regular fog, and then there's the fog coming out of your jowls, out of your mouth as you breathe, and I feel like that just like sort of blows in this guy's general direction, and he kind of brings up his hands, and then he sees this thing, and you just hear like a little bit of almost a womanly shriek as he goes and retreats back to the fore of the ship. Now, while you're in your wolf form, you would. I'm sorry. Did you have anything to add, Lionel? You good?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So Scully, sorry, not Scully. Kiartan, in this form, during the first day or two after you take it. Now, you said you waited 5 days before you went into this form, or were you doing this right from the get-go?
I'd be doing it right from the get-go. Maybe not staying in wolf form the entire time, because I imagine that'd burn even more calories.
Yeah, you'd be going through your reserves quite quickly.
Yeah. I do have a little bit of extra bread that I squirreled away on my ration sheet, so that'll probably be gone too with the extra effort of the transformations. That we can absolutely say that. That's great. So yeah, the first few days you hear nothing. Nothing. You smell nothing but the salt and the brine of the sea and the humid mists all about you. But then, like as the week goes on, as the days go on, you start to hear the grumbling. You're actually hearing the grumbling of bellies and voices from the fore. Now, when you're in wolf form, do you understand language? Yeah, you still understand.
Okay. All right. You would hear those on the other side of the boat speaking to each other, and you'd hear little snippets of them, and you'd be able to pick out some of the words. You hear them. They've got a woman, and they seem to be eating. Our food's nearly gone. Angry discord back and forth, and it almost sounds like there's two distinct voices that seem to dominate the group. And one you recognize as that large, kind of stocky fellow. The other you're not so for sure, but you suspect that it might have been the individual, the more lanky individual who seemed to be well acquainted with the larger man. However, no moves or disruptions are made at this point. Then, on the fifth day, you hear the sound of a bird, of a hawk. You can hear it calling. You can hear it circling above, somewhere above the mist. And that goes on for a time, for nearly a day. And then, almost like a mystical occurrence, this bird comes flying down through the mists and it comes into view. And Hakon, will you describe your hawk for us, please, as it comes to rest on your shoulder with a ash wood branch in its talon?
Sure, it's a it's hawk-sized, strangely enough, but it is albino, and it look just pure white with glimpses of silver feathers. But its eyes that are really strange because instead of the red you would normally expect, they are more of a metallic blue colour.
Excellent. And Ogvi, if you were standing close enough to see, you would notice etchings on the talon, like the actual nails of its talons, which are quite impressive, as well as the beak. And if you were to take note, you would notice that they seem to be runic etchings there.
Oh, interesting. Let's see what I can pick up. See if I recognize the runes.
Let me see. Oh my god, I should have actually looked this up. Give me just a second. Runes definition. Alright. Let me see here. Okay, so I'm not going to do that. I will describe to you what they mean, and you can just tell us which runes they are. There you go. That's even better. You would see runes of travel, of navigation, of far-seeing, and of essentially, it seems as though this bird has some sort of runic enhancement that helps with its ability to travel.
Excellent, yeah. I think that's probably right, though, which I had put on the mast
so,
when we began moving.
Okay.
Which is the horse, so I would probably see that and think, yep, that's smart. Now, this looks like an actual physical hawk, or it looks like...
Soalu, and...
It's a real beast.
Okay. And it goes to land on Hakon, or?
Yep.
I would look, I know it's raise an eyebrow. It's a friend of yours?
Well, I wouldn't say friend. 7.
Where has he been this whole time?
Hakon just gives you a shrug. Sometimes he goes off and does things.
Well, if he's here, we can't be too far from land. Where did you last see him?
Back when the hall burnt. I had left him outside. He's obviously followed us.
It's come a long way.
That you hear the mighty bird lets out a howl, a caw, however that may sound.
Yep, he's here now. Let's see if we can make use of him.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I'll walk up to him and I'll say, well, that's full near. Can you find us land? I'll try and pet him on the head and see what happens. But that's the name of the hawk on the top of the world tree.
So how does your hawk respond to this runecaster trying to pet him on his head?
He will try and peck at your hand with a
Yes.
claw, and Hakon will just look at you and say, his name's actually Havoc.
Havoc indeed.
Yeah, and as his master says his name, you see his neck feathers all preen out. Lets out a little bit of a coo, and then he drops the ash branch into your hand. He kind of like lifts his. He's sitting. He was perched on top of your shoulder, Hakon, and with one talon kind of dug in, actually a little bit painfully, and the other had the branch, and it was sitting there, and then he lets that drop into your hand.
I'll pick up the branch now. I'll say to the bird, can you fly above the ship? Show us where you picked this up from. Which direction?
He caws and he takes flight, and he is very quickly lost in the fog as he makes it 15 feet out from you, and you hear kind of like some frustrated beating of wings against the air, and then you see him like he starts to try to circle in really close to the ship, but he does seem frustrated, and then he lands beside of you, and instead of trying to fly off again, he reaches down with his beak and he like scratches a line into the hull of the ship where he's sitting. He's sitting on the edge of the ship, and the line sort of points off into a direction. And then you guys hear from across the ship a little bit of a ruckus. You hear the bending of wood and then the breaking of wood, and then you hear hushed tones. And you pick this up first, Kjartan, as you're transforming back. So we're gonna have you in human form right now, as this hawk came in. Whatever reason you want to assign to the fact that you turned back, but for gameplay purposes, you'd be human right now. And then you hear from the mist, we've got you outnumbered. We'll have your food, and we'll have your woman, or we'll have your lives. Decide.
Wait, are these the guys? Do I recognize their voices? Are they the guys that the sailors?
Yep, they're the crew on the other side of the ship who have just decided that they want your food and your woman.
Why would I come out of wolf form for that?
Okay, so if you would, basically you have to come out of wolf form because combat's about to start, and
Okay.
like the gamey piece of this game requires like me not to, because I don't have a grasp of the game enough to do that. So like I'm guessing that you came out of wolf form because this bird showed up and you were curious about it, and you wanted to ask a question, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah.
You can reconcile that. So you guys are being threatened. It was. It had the voice had a sound of determination to it. The type of determination that you would hear from a man who's ready to lay his life on the line, and thusly you would hear figures moving towards you, though you can't actually see them across the ship because, mind you, you can only see about 15 feet ahead of you. And I mean, you guys are more than welcome to talk at this point, so go for it. Yeah, if you want to try something.
Just gonna laugh and say, "You want our food? You'll be my food."
I'll say we're near land. We're nearly at land. There's no need for this. It'll be another hour maybe before we reach land. A hawk has just landed and told us. It's a great omen. We'll be there soon. We can part ways amicably.
You hear the sound of a man gathering spit in his mouth and then releasing it violently to the ship deck as he spits, and he says, just back in your direction, now I've seen what your omens can do. I don't believe in that shite. You say there's a hawk, you say there's land, I say there's naught but death here, unless we have your food, which we will.
If you try and take our food, then death is certain.
Yes, yours. Now, do you want to actually, do you want to try to, actually subvert this? Because if you want to do that, you'll need to use some...
I have verb manipulation.
You'll have to use it, yeah. And it will be against... let me see. I got to figure out a way to make DCs that make sense. We're going to... I'm going to... What I think I'll do is... fuck. Alright, I'm going to set the DC at 4, man. I know it's kind of shitty. It's pretty high. But I think you have a mental rune there, so I think you're going to need to draw 2 in order to succeed here.
Can I assist him with the intimidation factor? With intimidation?
I can't succeed. I don't have enough mental runes.
You don't have enough mental runes to succeed at that? Okay. See,
maybe they're just not having it.
That's the tough part about this game, with at least at this level, because there's so the amount of DC is so there's not very much room there to move around.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Maybe they're just not buying it. They're desperate. That makes sense to me.
Okay, all right. And I'll figure as I get more experience with this system, I'll figure out more eloquent ways to deal with these.
Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, so they seem unconvinced. You hear some, because mind you guys are yelling at each other through the fog at this point. It's kind of creating this strange, almost muted sounds to your voice through this fog, and you hear arguing, a little bit of hesitation. And go ahead and weird anyway, and we'll see. Maybe I'll let it affect the initiative order.
Just before, can I whisper down into Havoc? As soon as the leader steps forward out of the fog, go for the eyes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. All right. So he will. Yeah. We'll role play him in. We'll role play him in somehow. Absolutely.
I guess my aggressive stance isn't going to avoid this tense situation.
Yeah, well, they can't see you, so that it would help if you could see you. Is that your combat weirds? Is that what we're doing right now? Okay.
But you told me to weird, right?
I did tell you to weird,
and
see if you got any mentals. Basically, is what I was looking for.
No dice.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. And
should I re-weird?
Well, I mean, you've already got it there, so it keeps me from having to shuffle and everything again. So let me just set up the board real quick, and we'll get to it. Uh-oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do either, damn it. bring this down here like this. And right there should do. And we'll go into the token layer. And from the token layer, map layer. Right? That work correctly? No, it didn't. Fuck. Okay. Last time I took a break here so that I could set up without you seeing all this, me like fucking everything up 3 times before I get it right. But this time I decided to let you see what I do, and to my chagrin, I fucked it up, of course. So there we go. Right. Layer 2 map layer.
It's not as if it was being live broadcast. You're fine.
Hey, it's a private broadcast, so. Okay, so this is the current state of affairs here. You two are all kind of you four are at the first hint of threat. Kind of positioned yourselves with what is now Ulfric's body. I'm assuming you guys would have kept that aboard, seeing how Viking burial rites require a proper burial in order for a chance to enter Valhalla.
Yep.
Either burial or fire. So, and then Asa is back there kind of huddled up, trying to keep warm. And she, would you have taught her how to hold the tear oar? Because if you would have taught her how to do that, then she would be holding it right now. Yeah, Yuki Arton.
I mean, I guess she could have seen me do it, but I don't think I would have thought to actually teach her the skills precisely.
Okay, so you see, like, as, like, shit's about to go down, you see out of the corner of your eye, Asa, like, sits down meekly and, like, is doing her best to hold the thing the way she's seen you hold it in the past. And as you, like, catch her eye for a moment, you see she looks up at you with this kind of pleading look, and she says, you hear her say, "Be careful, my lord," and then all hell breaks loose. So, let's do initiative. I don't need initiative for those guys. Try to get this done here. Uh-oh, we gotta clear all these terms out. Turn. Okay, and then randomize. Okay, Scully, you're up first, but I need to go to the restroom, so I guess we are taking a quick break. Actually, let's take 5 here, and sorry, I probably should have done that while I was setting up, but I just realized I want some tea. Is everybody good on time? I mean,
Yeah,
this is going to be...
Yeah, we're moving along well. This is fine.
Okay, all right.
Good chicks?
What's that, sorry?
I said, are you good on time?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Sweet.
Okay,
Sweet.
be right back.
Call 5.
Hope Nick watches this later. He's one of the coolest guys in the world. And I know he would never kill Scully.
To be honest, I thought you were going to go a different route at the beginning there.
No. I wanted him to be like, all right, what? Okay.
See, I thought you were referring to Nick Dawson for a second, and I was like,
the fuck? Is he trying to kill us on that fucking boat thing, man? Seriously. Ugh.
I'm not going to lie, I completely forgot about that hawk.
Nice. I'm glad Nick didn't.
Yeah, it took me. That's why I was so quiet. It took me a minute to go. What, hawk? Oh crap!
The hawk. So I can't remember how the turn orders work. Is like an upkeep or something? Like move, upkeep, or upkeep, move?
Upkeep first, I believe.
Alright.
Yeah, upkeep, and then everyone does actions, and then you're weird again.
Yeah,
and
then you're weird.
I really like the character sheet. I mean, it's really pretty, but I think I'm going to make a real simple, streamlined, kind of like an Excel sheet or something that just has all my abilities on there and not so pretty.
Yeah, I've done that on Google Docs. I've just got it.
Yeah, because I don't need anything pretty because I have to scroll up and down, up and down.
All right, folks. Thank you for your patience. Everybody here?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Jill, maybe. Oh, there's Jill. Okay. Alrighty. So mind you, you know how big the ship is. You can see 3 hexes ahead of you. Everything outside of that, you're not sure about. Though, I mean, like I said, you're on a ship. It's very specific shape, so you kind of know where your allies and where your enemies are. Scott, you're up.
Okay. Am I able to just kind of wait, like hold an action? Is that allowed in this?
You put it in a contingency and create a trigger. You gotta let me know what the trigger is, though.
Okay. So this is going to be my trigger. I'm going to start playing my harp. And the trigger is going to be when one of those bad guys gets close enough that I can, that he's like toe-to-toe with me so that I can release the magic of the spell that I'm holding.
Okay. Alrighty. Excellent. Let me do.
So what everyone else would see is they would see Scully just kind of reach behind him, and he's got this like harp that the king had given him on this this simple kind of shoulder strap, and he swings it around, and he just kind of starts he doesn't sing or anything. He just slowly starts plucking away at the strings, not making any. To the naked ear, it just doesn't sound like any kind of real tune, but he's just plucking away at the strings.
If you're talking, Nick, you're muted.
I'm muted. Thank you. I was just trying to explain to you guys that I've got like 2 fully statted characters this time here, so it may be slightly slower than last game. But let me see. Okay, yeah. So first off, he's going to go into that. So you can't see anything, but you hear muttering amongst the people from across the way. And then he's going to do that in contingency. And he's also going to do that in contingency. All right. So that's Bjorn. Hakon, you're up.
Presumably, Sunder Mind, I would have to see.
Yeah, you basically need visibility on someone to target them.
Yeah.
I'm saying right now. Like, there is a condition called Shroud, but I decided not to use it because it was too complicated at this point, I think. Just for my own sake. So basically, if you can't see him, you can't target him currently. I mean, you can like shoot something off in that direction, and maybe it would be a weak attack. Maybe that's all I'll do. It'll be like if you just shoot something off, then it'll be a weak version of whatever it was.
Yeah, actually, that
Okay.
sounds like a plan. I
Okay.
could only weird one rune there.
Uh-oh.
I know I've sacrificed 2, but I should still have.
Yeah, let me get you hooked up, man. I should shuffle everybody real quick just to make sure here. Jill is shuffled. Chex is shuffled. Here, I'll give you your other rune. There you go, Chex.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're good to go now.
Oh, come on, browser. Behave. Yeah, so firing off a crossbow.
Okay. So it'll be a weak attack. So you add up whatever bonuses you have or whatever your damage is, and then you have it. Round up.
So it's 2 pierce, one DF.
All right. So it's 1 pierce, 1 damage, and since it can't be halved, it just does 1 damage. You hear that twang and twing, and you hear as one of the enemies takes a bolt to the knee.
So just remind me what runes I'm moving up here. Is it just a 1 for that?
So it's a regular old attack, so yeah, you can just move whichever one you want up there, basically, for that. Nico, I need you to not be like all up in the face while we're doing combat, okay? I've got like game pieces and stuff here that you're gonna knock over. Sorry, guys. Let me deal with him real quick while you're finishing up your turn. Nico, dude, go lay down. Come on, go lay down. Let's go. Let's go, chicken bone. Yeah. Getting all badass. Alrighty. The fucking fog cloud got on the initiative order. Alright, what else, Hakon? What else out of you?
That's really all I can do, so
Okay.
I'm just going to stay back.
Okay, Kjartan, you're up.
I don't see where any of them are.
No, but you know where they are. You just can't see them.
Do I know how far they are?
No. I mean, you know that they're 15 feet or more away from you, essentially, because that's as far as you can see.
Can I ready contingency to let's see, perform a come on, character sheet thingy work. Sorry.
That's
They don't
okay.
like to move. They don't like to behave properly for. Let's see. So yeah, can I prepare a contingency to perform a attack? Let's see. On if any of them get close enough.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, and I want it to be a mauling attack, so I'm gonna put the mauling rune in contingency.
Mm-hmm. That's
And,
how it works.
Let's see. Could I? Yeah, I guess if I. What happens if you amplify it?
It doubles. It doubles all the effects of it. So all the numerical values on the ability get doubled.
All right, then I'm gonna hold off on that for a second, for a little bit.
Okay.
Just have it as is.
Okay. Alrighty. So Sigurd is going to put this into contingency as well as that, and he's going to pass his turn. The others are going to do contingencies as well, and then Ogvi, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to lift my hands and inscribe the runes again for cold, snow, and giants. And I'm going to beckon Jotunheim, which creates an Alka of
4 hexes.
4 hexes, yep, with degeneration condition +1 and impeded condition +1. I'm going to use my other rune to amplify that.
Okay. All right.
No, actually, wait, does it appear on me? It does, right?
It appears adjacent to you and then moves out from that. So what I'm gonna do is drop down like 4 tokens for you to manipulate, and then you're gonna manipulate them. So here they come. So there's 1, but I need to make it controllable by all players, and then I need to give you 3 more. Okay, do you see them there? That's your 4. So it starts where you are, and then you can adjacently move it wherever you want. It has to be adjacent, though.
Okay, so 1 is like next to me.
And then it continues on like that from there.
Okay, perfect.
And are you maintaining the Alka?
There's no option to maintain it. They're all amplify.
They're all amplify?
Yeah, I think the Alka is automatically maintained, maybe.
Okay.
I think Alkas are different. I will check in the meantime.
Okay, will you look up the ruling? Because I'm not going to reach you guys this turn anyway. So, yeah. Okay, so as the last, is that all you're going to do?
That's all I'm going to do.
Okay, so you need to just remind, like when if I interact with your Alka, you just need to remember what you did. Okay.
Yep.
All right, and then look it up. And my guess is that you don't have to. That it will maintain itself, but I'm guessing you also have to leave your rune in play to maintain it.
Yeah.
But just check and let me know. So at the end of the initiative order, they're all going to use the contingencies as once to move up together in formation, and they will do so, moving up 4. There are some other contingencies in play, but they will be wiped out, and we are at upkeep. So clean up now. So what we do is we get rid of all of our runes. So all the contingencies go out the door at this point. Everything goes, except for your drain. Make sure to keep your drain runes in the drain pile.
Does our in-hand stay, or does it go too?
The in-hand goes as well, yeah. You delete everything, and then I'll shuffle for everybody.
So the contingency did not get activated?
No, it didn't happen.
Okay.
Nobody got into range. They all used contingencies to be able to move as a unit, and did so. Shit! I just got their 2 fucking piles mixed up. God damn it! Do that for. Okay, so now it goes there. Those. What the fuck did I just do? Oh my god!
All right. So I think 2 questions, Nick. One. What does the gray rune mean at the top of our characters?
That's what your void rune does.
Oh, okay.
So like, you can play your void rune to actually do something, and that's what it does.
Okay, cool. And the other thing, I have a passive ability that during upkeep I can do the move action.
Absolutely. So as soon as we get to upkeep, you'll be able to do that.
Sweet.
So it's clean up now, so that's actually done. So yeah, so now it would be upkeep. So you'd be able to. Now, how did we do it before? You weird before upkeep? Weird. No, upkeep first, then weird. So go ahead and upkeep, and then so you get your free move, so you can move 4 spaces. And then anybody else who has upkeep stuff that they want to enact, go ahead and do that now.
I heal on upkeep, but I'm not hurt, so.
You're not hurt yet. Okay.
I can apply a +1 intensity to the taunt condition.
Okay. All right. Oh, I forgot to keep your. Okay. +1 intensity to the taunt condition. Okay. So are you going to engage that?
I believe I will.
Okay. Excellent. So you're going to start like. What do you do? How do you initiate a taunt? How does Hakon do
Uh,
it?
Good question. I haven't got anything for this, so I'm going to be honest.
That's fine. You can just spew out some insults. You
Yeah.
bloody cowards! How dare you? We fought to keep you alive. Blah blah blah. Whatever, you know. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I know what I'll say. You said you wanted the woman. I count 5 for you.
Awesome. All right, cool. So you've got taunt going, and then just I'll get the conditions up so I remember how that works. So basically, within two. Within 4 hexes, that is effective. Okay. All right. And then let me shuffle for everybody. I wish you guys could do this stuff yourselves. I can't wait till you know how to play the game good enough that you can just all have your own runes in front of you, and then you can just print out a play mat and just it'd be so much quicker and easier. Probably quicker too. All right, everybody's ready to weird. When you go ahead and draw when you're ready. Oh, did you already weird before I?
No, I didn't delete mine.
You didn't delete yours. Okay, so
no.
I gotta delete those and then reshuffle for you.
Alka goes away. Unless you have a maintained or open meta,
Okay.
but that's not an option for this Alka. There's a mastery that you can take, or like a passive that lets you keep them on.
Oh, okay. So the Alka, but you didn't know that, so
Yeah.
cool. All right, excellent. So the Alka's gone. Oh shit! I should have moved it up so that you didn't have to. Christ, cool. Stop this. All right, there. I'll put them up there just in case you use them again. All right, and then I need to shuffle your runes. You can draw properly. All right, Lloyd, you should be ready to weird, and then it'll go to Scully.
When something says it's +2 P damage, what is that?
Physical.
Oh, okay. So like a weapon.
Yeah, so it'll +2. Those usually mean like if it's an attack usually, and what it's saying +2 to is your weapon's base damage.
Okay.
Usually.
All right. I am going to start a spell song.
Okay.
And it's Night of the Long Knives. So my just the plucking of my lute all of a sudden turns to a much more more aggressive song, and there's no words to it. It's just music. And as I'm doing that, what do you use for a weapon, Hakon?
Short.
Okay, so the blade of your weapon just starts to vibrate, and hum in your hand, and you see the blade just lightly glowing. So I am going. So I move that up here, right?
Yep. Spell. Oh, yep. Spell song. Night of the Long Knives.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if I want to maintain it, what do I do?
So with spell songs, I want to say that they are the one that doesn't need to be maintained, or maybe that's stance. Ogvi, do you still have that that part of the book open that said that defined the different types of things?
I can get it back. Yeah. What was the spell song?
Right. Spell song is what we're looking for. Yeah.
I know it has an area meta.
Okay.
By paying a minor sacrifice of 1, you can decide who will be affected.
Okay. But he has to maintain it, right? Okay. So no, so in your character sheet, it should tell you which what you need to do to maintain it.
Oh, okay. So that's the rune I would play. So I'm not going to be able to maintain it. I'm just going to be for this round. But I am going. I am going to amplify it by using
Okay.
this rune.
Okay.
So checks, you will do +4 more physical damage with your short sword.
So it's actually going to hit everybody because it has a
Yep.
free area meta.
Yeah.
So everybody gets +4 damage this turn. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god! Look at me with my little stupid formation there, thinking
I
I'm
saw
a
the
badass.
Sick
Right?
shield wall. I was like, that's sick, man. It's great.
Question:
Go
Is
ahead.
that weapons only, or is it all?
Physical. It has to be physical damage.
Okay, that's fine.
So if you're going to tear at them with your teeth and hands, then that's going to work too.
Sweet.
All right.
That's my turn.
Okay, cool. Fjorn is going to ready some stuff because he feels like the combat is about to be joined here. And he is going to ready his. I've already got that going. I'm going to ready this, and then I am going to. Oh man. Drew bad this turn. Oh, okay. So that's good. I can do that. And then, yeah. Okay. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do that contingency as well there. Okay. So that's his turn. And you guys can tell, like, you're starting to see, like, these shapes in the mist kind of creeping around the mast, this broken mast that's jutting up into the sky, and it's actually kind of juts up to the point of obscurement into the fog. And you see these figures kind of moving forward, displacing a bit of this fog. You can't quite make out their expressions or what their weapons are at this point, but you can see them starting to form up there. Hakon, you're up.
Okay, you can move 4 hexes. Does that count from the hex you start on?
You count out like from there. So like you look at the next hex that you want to go to. That's the first hex, and then you move from there.
So I can make it to right next.
You can absolutely close the distance with them. Yes.
Okay.
All right, and as you do so, you see this like jagged pole. It looks like an ore that has been whittled into a mockery of a spear. Whips out and strikes at you. I'm using my contingency, and this is goad. So he gains a intensity of taunt, and you take some damage. Just look that up real quick. How much damage it is? You are going to take a plus. So it's going to be 2 damage. 2 damage total. And so you move forward like you're ready to fucking go, and as like you break through the fog and you suddenly see what you're up against. You see 3 like ragged sailors. They've got like crusted blood dried on their face and bodies in different areas, many bruises and sores all over their bodies, and they're holding improvised weapons. One's got like a small dagger, another's got like a piece of board that he's pulled off, and the third is holding what looks like a carpenter's hammer, or for the time, a large like cudgel, but it's a worksman's tool. And then behind them, you see the large, stocky fellow, as well as the kind of lanky fellow. And at this point, we're just going to go ahead and say the lanky fellow is Fjorn, and Sigurd is the larger guy. And Fjorn, the smaller fellow, he sees you come and he says, "Ha! Do you think you're going to take us unaware?" And this spear just darts in between his allies, reaches out, and stabs into you for those 2 damage, as well as he gets an intensity of taunt. So he has just taunted you. What would you like to do with the rest of your turn?
So that was 2 damage.
2 damage, yeah. So do you have? So if you have armor on, it will. It doesn't have any pierce. He doesn't have any pierce with this spear, this shitty like sharpened stick basically. Oh, he has one. Sorry, he has one pierce. So yeah, so one pierce, 2 damage. My bad. It's the other guy that doesn't have any pierce.
And there's no way to kind of parry that at all.
Yeah, you can parry, of course. Do you want to use a parry ability? Turn it away?
Yes, I think I will. Does that affect my turn, or because it is an interrupt?
Yeah, so I interrupted your turn with my contingency, and now you can interrupt my interrupt with a block, absolutely. So yeah, anytime you have a weapon attack coming in or any attack coming in, you can try to parry it. So.
Okay, in that case I'll use superior parry.
All right, cool. So which rune did you use to move? Is my question to you right now.
Good question.
Okay. All right, and now superior parry is. Oh, you don't have the rune for superior parry currently. So you can do a regular parry, which is still plenty enough to block all the damage from this blow. But it's up to you. Or insulting parry with your void rune, which will block all the damage from the blow and give you another rank and taunt. So that would be hilarious. Like, he tries to taunt you, and you're like, "Fuck you, man! I taunt you back, bitch." It's such 20th century shit right there. That was horrible.
Yeah. Let's do that then.
For who art thou to triest to attack me, foul creepeth? Yes, no, okay. All right, yeah. So you buffet back the spear. You turn it aside on your shield or your sword, your choice, and you hear the man. He has a bit of a moment of brief victory, and then it's turned sour as you taunt him back. So now, how we track the intensity on your character sheet is you guys will see here. Like, let's just take a look real quick here, where it says, you see how he has a rune over taunt there. Now, in order to show that it's 2nd level, I'm just going to turn that rune sideways. So now it's 2nd level. Now, if he gets a 3rd level, he'll get another rune there. And then if he gets a 4th level, the 2nd rune will turn sideways as well. So that's how we determine how high your intensity is on your character sheet. All right, so Hakon, you've moved forward. You've parried away a blow. You've taunted. And now you have 1 rune left. What do you want to do with?
I'm just looking. I wonder if I put the wrong rune up there, but I'm confusing myself. I'll be honest. Lunging attack is ideally what I would like to do, which is perform an attack action and a weak move.
Okay, so in order to pull that off, what you'll need to do is you'll need to pull this rune down, and instead have used this rune to move.
Yeah, that's
so we'll just make that's okay. We'll just make that little switch here. So we'll just switch this one out for that one, and now you can do lunging attack. So is your idea here to attack and then move backwards?
Yeah.
Okay, so unfortunately, now that he has the taunt condition up, in order for you to attack anyone but him, you have to sacrifice or use 1/4 of your destiny, which is 1 rune. So it'll take you an extra rune to attack anybody but him, and he's outside of your reach. Did you take that ability that let you move into people's squares?
I don't think I saw anything like that.
Okay. So you're in a bit of a pickle here because that fella has you under the influence of his taunt. You're within 2 hexes of him, or I guess it's 4 hexes. That's a pretty crazy amount of taunt. But you're also taunting all of them, so don't have the ability to attack anyone right now currently. So what do you want to do instead?
Oh, feck it. Defensive stance, is that an option? Let's see.
You don't have the right rune for it. It's
yeah.
down in your drain pile.
Yeah, so there's not really anything I can do then.
All right. Well, you can hold on to the 1 rune and to parry again if you get attacked.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Or you can be like, oh fuck this shit, and move back. I mean, you could also do that.
No, I'll stay where I am.
Okay. Kjartan.
All right. I'm going to use. You can use any rune you want to move, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to use the physical rune to move. Just right up to here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use the I'm going to use a mauling attack on him.
Okay. What is your reach? Is your reach 1?
Yeah, I'm right in front of him.
Okay, so because you're under the influence of this guy right here, Fjorn, who has taunt condition up now, it costs you a rune to attack someone besides him.
Where's
So
Fjorn?
Fjorn is directly behind the front wall of Scrubs. Yeah, he's this guy right here that just got pegged by Scully. He's the blue tinted bad guy in the back.
Yeah.
The lift kind of fell in. He's got this improvised spear that's got a 15-foot reach. So long spear that he's using from behind these other unfortunate individuals. You do see the guy in the middle has the bolt of a crossbow bolt kind of sticking out of his arm. So he seems a little bit damaged. But the rest, besides the fact that they're quite reduced by the ordeal, they seem in decent enough combat health, at least.
Alright, well, if I have to spend the extra rune to do that, then I guess I'll use my void rune for that.
Okay, so you put your void rune in play, and that counteracts the taunt, and you're now able to attack whoever you demo, please.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the guy on the edge of the boat.
Okay, excellent. And how much damage do you do?
Let's see. What I do is, since it's my first attack on the round, it's an impeded condition with +1 intensity unless he counters it with a physical.
Okay, he is not going to counter it with a physical, so he'll be impeded.
Alright, then that means he will. I have a my attacks gain +1 damage and +2 pierce bonus.
Okay.
Which means, yeah, total will be 3 + 1 + 4. I think 8, 9 damage to him.
Oh man. Yeah. You drive this. So what kind of attack? What kind of blow are you delivering?
It's a mauling attack, so I imagine. I mean, I don't know how you want to flavor it. If I'm using my sword and just like shoving it in instead of a regular attack with my sword, just shoving it in and ripping him open, or I don't know if you want to have me do claws and just tear him apart at the chest.
Well, if either way, man, like either way works, because you're in a situation right now where like you're gonna disembowel him. Like he's hanging on for dear life. He still has like a little thread of life to hang on to, but essentially you like open his belly and his innards begin to spill forth, and he like looks down in horror as this is happening, and then from behind him you hear Fjord say, "Keep fighting, you fool!" Trying to get this guy to keep fucking at it. But he actually drops unconscious from that, but is not quite dead. He will be soon, probably. Holy shit!
Yeah.
I'm down to one hit point. One hit. Okay, cool. Anything else out of you?
I think that's all I can do.
All right. It's Sigurd's turn. So Sigurd is going to. He is going to.
Oh wait, there's one thing I'd like to do. I'd like to snarl at them. Get back, or I'll eat you.
Yeah, as you do this, you see Fjorn and Sigurd, they seem pretty like stoic, they seem pretty strong, they seem pretty determined. But these other two that just watched you like gut their smaller compatriot are like they're looking at you like yeah, I'm not sure about this. You know, like you could see it in their eyes. They're not saying anything, but you could see it in their eyes. Spirit's turn is up now, and he is going to brush past. No, he isn't. I think what he's going to do is going to contingency. He's going to continue. No, man, I've got to get in there. I've got to get in there. So he's going to have to. All right. Yeah. So he's definitely gonna have to get in there. So basically, all right. So this is what's gonna happen here. This big dude, like big stout tree trunk sized motherfucker, is just going to like press himself like in between his two allies and bull rush you, Kjartan. So it's an ability. It's called bull rush. What it does is it pushes you back 2 hexes, unless you pay a red for each hex. So do you have any red to pay?
Nope.
Okay, so this Sigurd
Don't
like
care to anyway.
jumps past and throws you into the water, back 2 hexes.
Okay.
Can I will evade work against that?
No, because it's not doing any actual damage.
Oh, okay.
Evade has the ability to block any type of damage. That's its big thing, right? So like even spiritual and mental damage, which is almost unblockable by other means, right? That's what evade is. Why evade is so powerful, because it's but it doesn't do anything against actual conditions and effects. So yeah, so this big like just meat wall, and what he's got in his hands are like these 2 planks that he's pulled out. And they're big, and he's kind of like gnawed with some kind of like rough-hewn tool, a couple handholds into them, so they're kind of like shields that sort of cover part of his arm, sort of like a little bit bigger than a buckler maybe, but they have these gnarled bits of splintered wood and iron. Rusted iron nails sticking out of him, and he just moves forward and like pushes you back with both of those things. He's got one in each hand, knocking you back into the water, and then he lets out a great bellow. He says, "You motherfuckers are gonna die. We're gonna eat you." And he turns to Hakon and unleashes power attack, which does. Let me see. Power attack says +2, so it's going to do 8 damage.
What?
Yeah. He has no pierce though, so if you parry, you'll block all of it that you parry.
You have a contingency for that, so.
Yeah, parry. You can use your runes. They're interrupts, so.
Did I not use all my parry runes already?
No, you've got 1 rune in hand, because remember, because you were your plan was foiled when the enemy's taunt went up and blocked your ability to attack that turn. That's what happened. Like you had this plan of moving forward and using an attack, and then goading individuals with your taunt, and that's why he just used his push ability instead of an actual attack against Kjartan, because otherwise he would have had to give up runes to attack. But instead, he pushed through, got Kjartan out of the picture momentarily, and then turned on you with these 2 gnarled chunks of wood, bringing them down all about you in a series of powerful blows. And if you would like to parry, you can do so. So you take your last rune that's in hand and move it into play. I believe your parry is 5, so you will take 3 damage total. Mm-hmm. Do you have anything left in your essence? You do, right? You have 1 rune left in your essence. So you will take 3 damage. Okay. All right, and that's what Sigurd does. Let me see. I've got one more. No, I'm going to hold on to that. And 2, 1, and 2 are going to. 1 is, I believe, is down. He's unconscious, but 2 strikes out at you. Now, this is the guy with the small knife. He's the one in the middle who's also got bolt sticking out of his arm, and he slashes out at you for 2 damage. Hakon. So I believe you will take 1. Because you have a DF of... No, oh, wait, yeah, because you are armored currently, right? You are still armored? Okay, yeah, so you have a DF of 1, so you'll take 1... You'll take 1 damage.
DF of 1, yeah.
You have more than 1? You might have an ability that gives you more than 1.
No, it's just a 1.
Okay. Sailor number 1, he loses another hit point and dies. And Ogvi, you're up.
All right. I would like to walk next to Sigurd, and then I would like to cast Power Over Wind on him.
Okay.
1, 2.
Okay.
This guy. Then I'll cast Power Over Wind, and I will amplify it. So he each combatant deal +4 physical damage, push them back 4 hexes.
Okay. And you amplified it?
I amplified it, so push them back 8 hexes.
It does what? And it does 8. It does 4 damage already, and then does 8 damage.
It's +4, which I guess includes a weapon.
I don't know what that. Well, we're just gonna call that 4 for now, because I don't know what the fuck.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine it more than I can't imagine that, because that's a big attack. Like nobody does 4 damage. Well, I guess Kjartan does 4 damage, right? But the big point is that you're pushing him back 8.
Yeah, 8 damage and push him back 8 hexes. He can counter 5 foot per mental rune that he plans.
Yeah. Okay. So as you come together, he actually, as you come forward and you begin to cast your rune spell, he notices something is amiss, and he brings 2 like big planks together and uses them to shield himself from the damage of your ability, parrying for 6. And then, however, though, you just catch those boards like a sail and just fling him out into the sea. 8 hexes. Yeah.
You can seriously push him 8 hexes and do damage?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Power Over Wind.
Jesus Christ, he's way the fuck over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can't see him.
So you can do that, Lloyd? Yep. I can do that.
Son of a bitch. So he takes 2 damage from that.
Splash.
Oh my god. Anything else, Ogvi?
That'll be it for me.
Yeah, so fucking Ogvi just walks up, just draws a rune in the air, and then whoosh, this motherfucker is just gone. It actually rocks the boat a bit, catches a bit, the wind catches a bit of the rim of the hull, and it rocks the boat a little bit. All right, number 3 is going to attack Hakon again for another 2. So this is the guy. It's got the little he's got the workman's hammer, and he's looking at you, and I imagine at this point, Hakon, you're shield and sword, and you're just fighting off these dudes. You're ting ting ting. The weapons, these little improvised weapons are coming in, and you're able to turn them away pretty well. But this guy, he reaches out, he sees an opening, and he slings his hammer around your shield arm, getting below it, and takes a jab at your ribs for 1 damage total. That's how much you take after the DF that I've already accounted for. So Hakon, I notice here that you haven't taken any damage yet. So you should take 5.
Yeah, I've wrote it down. I just haven't put it on the sheet.
Okay.
That confuses the hell out of me. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, it's important because it actually removes your rune from play, so it does have an actual gameplay effect. So I'm just going to go ahead and manage that for you for the moment. So it looks like you lost that one. So it went 1, 2, 3, 4, and now finally it has been killed. That rune. Scully, you're up. You see your allies locked in combat. One of them has been flung off of the Harbinger and is now attempting to make his way back on the boat, clasping at the side of the hull. One of the enemies has been felled, another has been flung. What shall you do?
So we're at top of the order again for upkeep.
Oh, shit, it is upkeep, isn't it? Okay, so cleanup phase, anything that isn't maintained goes away. So was there anything maintained?
No.
Okay. So void runes go back to the void rune spot. All the other runes get deleted except the ones in the drain pile and the ones in the damage pile. Then I will shuffle. Yeah. Yeah, look at you go, trying to measure out the distance there.
Yeah, I forgot I was on ruler.
You have no idea how many times that happens. Like, constantly I'm doing that, right? All right. So everybody shuffled. You should be able to weird, but it's upkeep right now. So does anybody does anybody have any upkeep things they want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna move.
Okay.
I'm gonna move up here next to my brother.
Okay.
I have stuff also.
There's Taunter's Finesse. Heal +1, recover +2. Both effects scale per intensity of taunt.
Okay. So you will bring your damaged rune out of death up 1 into this gray space right here. If you're looking down at your map, there you go. You just healed 1. You don't have any runes in stun, so nothing happens there for the recovery. That's what recovery does. But you do gain a 3rd rank in taunt. So now you're 1 rank away from having the enhanced version of taunt on. And it is Scully's. Oh wait, I have to do my guy's stuff.
I have upkeep stuff as well.
Okay, what do you have?
I have heal +3 and recover +4. I'm an adjacent ally, so okay. I will heal and heal Hakon for 3.
Okay. So Hakon, you heal for 1, 2, 3, and that puts it into his stun pile. So I believe your recovery can actually recover that as well now.
I also give him recover +4 if he needs it.
So basically, Ogvi, now this is important because what just happened here is your healing allowed his rune to go into the stun pile, and then your recovery allowed his rune to be recovered.
Perfect.
So now that goes back into your essence, so you can actually draw that rune this turn now. Checks if you're lucky. So I'm going to shuffle your deck. And, okay, and now I just need to do my guy's stuff really quick. This time I'm not going to mix the 2 different piles of runes together. Man, you really fucked him up throwing him out there like that. Man, that's I knew it was going to happen. I was like, I put this thing together, and I was like, all right, don't pull back, because they're going to wreck me. Even though I think I'm strong, I know that they're going to wreck me. Like, so don't be a pussy. Pull back. Like, I didn't. I'm glad I didn't. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any challenge at all. Okay, so this guy's got in play. Okay, well, he's well suited to get back on board, at least. That's good. And there. All right. Scully, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna. What is it called when you wait for something? Like a condition.
Contingency. You put it into the actual file on your character. Yeah.
All right. Let me pull up. Let me drop my runes here.
What's PF?
Protection factor.
Ah.
The counter to damage.
All right.
All right. So my contingency. My contingency is when one of these guys comes up and hits me or attacks me. After that attack, that's when I'm going to use my spell song.
Okay. If someone tries to attack you specifically?
If someone does attack me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you taunting him still?
Hakon is, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So Hakon currently is taunting and
oh wait, if he's taunting, they're all going to attack him, huh?
It is true, yeah. more than likely.
Hold on a second here, then. I am going to actually augment his martial prowess. Now, wait, is that going to augment everybody?
It's everybody within a 2 hex range of you, so yeah, that will hit the enemies. Unless you make a sacrifice, in which case you can pick who gets hit by it. The sacrifice means that you take one rune from Essence and put it into stun for that minor sacrifice.
Okay, and how does it go from stunned back to my
Okay,
deck?
so at upkeep, everybody gets 1 free recovery. So, like, at upkeep, if that rune hasn't taken any more damage, it will automatically go back to Essence. Or anytime someone uses an ability that has recovery on it, it will recover it from stun.
All right. Actually, Chex is fully healed, right? Yeah.
By the way, can runes ever come back from death?
Yeah, they can be healed from death. They can only not come back from drain. So,
I'm going to actually...
Oh, the drain is only restored by your choice?
yeah, I mean, it's a timing thing. So obviously this was set up to encourage you to make sacrifices and give yourself a handicap during this battle.
I am
and other
going
instances will be used
to
differently.
blast the shit out of this guy. So as I step up next to my brother, I hit this one chord on my harp, and it just kind of resonates out, and it goes into his mind, and the resonation turns into all these voices, all these people and through his life that have doubted him and talked down to him, and it just kind of just causes this excruciating pain. Blood starts to just slowly drip from one of his right ear, and that will do 2 mental damage to him.
And you paid for the range?
Yep, with the red.
Excellent. Excellent. Fantastic. Okay, so mental damage allows you to attack either his essence, his in-play, or his in-hand pools. Which pool would you like to attack?
So in-hand is like before he plays it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to attack.
Okay, you've just removed one of his runes before he was able to use it this turn. There's a good use for mental damage right there.
Can I just ask another quick question? So I have an aura ability. If I play my void rune, can I actually... Oh, but that's going to hit everybody, even my friends, right?
Within two, yeah, unless you do the sacrifice thing.
Yeah, no. All right, good. No, I'm good. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So you see, like, he has this cocky look on his face, and he's spitting out insults all the while, bringing on as much ire onto himself as he can, and then your song just cuts through all of that false bravado, and you see, like, this horrible look of disgust and denial on his face for a moment, and he shakes it off, but you could tell that you have had the effect that you wanted to have, and he is going to drop. He's going to drop this rune here, I think, because he wants to be able to use those other ones. No, you know what? No, he needs to drop this rune. So that will do 2 damage to it. Okay, so it goes to the one thing that to keep in mind is that you generally lose a damage when you target the in-hand or in play because it has to go through essence. So that will be in stun for him now. But you knocked out one of his runes before he had a chance to play it, so that is, I think, well worth it. Seeing how it's his turn now, we'll see what he does. Anything else from you, Scully?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Just some nice words of encouragement for my team.
Awesome. Yeah, so Fjorn is going to whip his makeshift spear around, and once more, using his allies as a distraction, whip it into Hakon for another Holy shit. Hold on a second here. Oh, no. Oh, no. I did the wrong rune. No. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, I'm not taking it back. No
See,
take backsies.
see how good that spell song I did was.
Yeah,
I even got to you, Nick.
It did. It did do good. Okay, so he's going to do one rune in a contingency, and he's going to do one rune to make an attack on Hakon. And this is just going to be a regular attack because I fucked up and sacrificed the wrong rune there, so he can't do his good stuff. And unfortunately, if it adds it to... Okay, so it gets three damage with... one pierce, so it looks like it'll make it through, but make it through your defenses. But at this point, man, you guys have got this well wrapped up, I think. Let's just see. Let's play it out and see what happens. And Fjorn is then going to put something else in the contingency and pass his turn. So Hakon, you're going to take 3 damage minus 1, so I think it's only actually 2. Oh, man. Yep. Yep.
He has to weird, right?
Yeah, so he has to pull one from his pool. So like you're drawing it, and then just put it into the stun pile, and then count it down 1 more.
Just pick one and take it down, or do you want to pick it?
Well, you still have 1 more in your essence. So how this works is first it goes from your essence, which is your deck on the side of the screen.
I see.
And then if you run out of those, then you start worrying about the ones that are on it. So there you go. So you lost your tier. And then it just goes right here, buddy. So that's stun is 1 damage, and right here is 2, okay?
Okay.
You see it? All right.
Yep.
All right, cool. And then there's a contingency in play there. Hakon, you're up.
Okay. Sunder Mind on Fjorn, I think.
Okay, so do you have something to play for range?
Would Amplify? Would that?
Amplify doubles the damage. Range is what you need on that. Because you're not adjacent to him.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'd have to actually have that. Yeah, okay.
So I'll look up
Okay,
Sundermind real quick.
Yeah, no, I see what I've done wrong there.
So you need a red rune to make Sundermind range.
Okay then. I guess I'll do launch and attack or one of the ones in front then.
Okay, excellent. So it will cost you an extra rune because you're still under the effect of Fjorn's taunt. So if you want to attack someone besides Fjorn,
yeah.
Oh, mind you, with launching attack, you can actually move around into this vacant spot. Like this guy's not taking up space anymore. You can move here with launching attack and then attack Fjorn directly if you'd like.
Yes, I think I will.
So lunge gets you. You get to move 2, so it's a weak move, which is what you just did, and then you make a full-on attack. So how much damage do you do?
Launch and attack.
As you prance over this corpse and like crush his brittle bones out of your tread.
What does the green weapon mean? Does that do anything as well?
Weapon adds the weapon's effect onto it. So like I believe for piercing, it's degeneration. So you would put the degeneration effect on him if you did that.
Yeah, so I've got nothing like that. Yeah, short sword's got 0 pierce on it.
Oh, but it's the type of weapon that it is piercing. So,
yeah.
Oh wait, no, it must not be piercing. It must be, if it doesn't have any pierce, it must be slash. I'm not for sure. It should say in your
I feel like I'm holding everybody up every time I take a turn here.
That's all right, man. You'll get it eventually. Everybody, you know.
DF1 pierce 0.
Okay, so short sword has a slash or pierce, so you can do either hamstring, which is impede, or you can do gore, which is degeneration if you use that rune. So you can like stick your sword into him and turn it, and then he'll start bleeding. Degeneration does damage every turn.
Okay, so that's what I'll do then.
Okay.
Just when I think I've got everything figured out, I realise I know nothing.
It's a fucking tricky system, man. I know. Okay, the intensity cannot be increased. Specified. Okay. Level divided by 2 is how much damage they take during upkeep. Okay. All right. So how much damage does your weapon do, my man?
Is that DF, I presume then?
Damage factor is DF. Yeah.
Yeah, 1.
Okay. And that is going to get swallowed up by his armor, unfortunately. But you did put degeneration on him, so he will take a bunch of damage at the beginning of his turn. Okay. All right, Kjartan.
All right.
So you're in the water. Do you have swim as a skill?
I do.
You do? Okay, so you can get up out of the water as just part of your regular movement. You don't need to expend an extra. You don't need to expend an extra rune to get up out of the water, and you don't have a move penalty in the water because you have that swim. So if you move, you can move around and then get up as part of your movement into the boat.
Right. Let me see here. Can I attack them from the water if I'm adjacent to them in the water?
Yeah, but I'm going to say it'd be a weak attack if you did.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I mean, like you got to imagine, like it's the boat is sticking out of the water, away, so you wouldn't have any way to like brace yourself for a proper attack there.
No, that makes sense. Let's see. So I'm gonna spend a rune to move 1, 2, 3, 4. Get right up next to him. Let's see. I'm gonna do a mauling attack on him again. Or wait, hang on.
And he does have a condition as well.
Yeah, and he gets the impeded condition as well from me for my first attack from the round.
Good.
Let me just see one thing really quickly here.
This guy's got 3 conditions on him right now.
Yeah, so... Oh wait, you can use your void rune to move, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, this guy seems like he's pretty nasty, so I think I'm just gonna go up there and let's see, the attack will be in total. Do we still have that +4 bonus from your song thingy?
I think that was last turn.
Okay, so that's over. So he's got impeded. See, 1 damage +2 piercing, and 1 damage from. Let's see. Rage, and. Let's see, this 1, 2.
Oh, I didn't know you had raged out. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, that's just free thing, so I can do it whenever. I think I got angry when I got shoved off the boat.
Okay.
So yeah, that's 1, 2, 3.
Sigurd's like, let me back into the fight. He's gonna get back into the fight, and Ogmai's gonna be like, no, you go back over there.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. Oh, what have I done? Because he is coming back to the goddamn fight, and he is definitely not going to come back well.
Yeah, 6 damage, and then I'm gonna use my green rune to amplify it. My void rune to move, my multi attack, and then amplify it with the green rune.
Okay. So I'm going to do Rule of Cool this time, but I'm pretty sure that the Amplify works off of the base damage of the ability. But you're saying that you're doing 12 damage, correct?
No, if it's that, then it'd be, I think, 9.
Okay, yeah. So you do your base ability, amplify it, and then add all your other bonuses on top of that. Same way that Focus works. Okay, so it's 9 total. Still a massive hit. Yeah, so I just imagine... Oh, wait, but then it's halved, right? It's a weak attack?
Yeah, I guess
so
it is.
It's gonna do 5, but it's still like... So I just imagine like you got one hand on the side of the boat, and you just like rip yourself up, and then you're swinging over with your sword.
Yeah,
and digging into his side while he's squaring off against Hakon. Okay, that sounds great. So he'll take 5 damage total from that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why does this one have more than everybody else's? 1, 2. It's not right. Okay, whatever. That's a dead rune. And then he's going to use his contingency, which is he has a catharsis. So he's going to heal himself for 4 and get rid of 1 in condition, which is going to get rid of the impeded condition. Actually, it's going to get rid of the degeneration condition. Sorry, Akon. I'm sorry. That was the more important one, obviously. And he did have a contingency before you took your turn, so I don't feel like such an asshole. And then he will heal for 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4. That will bring him back to there. Yeah, so like he reels backwards, and I'm gonna like skin this as like he just manages to duck out of the way as your blow comes down, and while you do connect, he manages to recoil from it well enough to reinvigorate himself essentially. Anything else out of you, Kiratin?
I think that's all I can do.
Okay, Sigurd, it's your turn, buddy. Sigurd, do something. All right, so he's going to move once, and since he has swim, he doesn't have any problems with moving. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, let's see if he's got anything that lets him like move a little quicker. But if he does, okay, yeah. So then he's gonna what?
Hang on, I was raging. I get +2 movement, so
okay,
I could have been here.
All right. Oh man. Oh, let's.
Which would make the attack not weak.
It would make it not weak. All right, we'll retcon it this time since we're all learning still. So it goes back up to 9 damage. So he'll take 4 more. So 1, 2, 4. All right, so his rune's back into death. So it bounced all over the place there. But we'll allow that. So yeah, so I just imagine now at this point you swim around like expertly, climb up onto the thing, just foaming at the mouth, angry, cold, wet, circling around Fjorn. You see he's glancing now. His glance is going back, quickened from Hakon to you now. Not for sure which one of you is the greater threat, though it is most obvious to most people. Seeing how you're the larger man, but he has seen Hakon move with such grace and speed that he's not quite sure, and nonetheless he turns his eyes for the wrong moment, and you dig in deep, and he is quite well hurt. However, his friend does come to his aid, so his friend has to use 2 runes to move, gets up on board, scrambles on board. Just as your blade is digging into Fjorn, you see Sigurd's those two like big bits of plank with the ragged edges and the nails sticking out at all different angles. First, you see those coming up over the side, and then he pulls himself up. As he comes up, he too looks angry, and this guy's like a tree trunk. He's only like 5'10", but he's got the big neck with the bulging vein going up it and across his forehead as well. And his eyes are wild with anger and salt, and he just brings down on you, just hard. He's gonna hit you for a massive It's going to be 9, 10, 11. No pierce.
I'm gonna give Kjartan +2 evade.
Okay, excellent.
With my
So
Void Rune.
once more, you do something with your bracelet, and
Yeah, no one would really. Only one that probably would see it glow would be my brother, who's near me. And at the last second, it kind of swings wide.
okay, excellent.
Is he
So
still
you're
taunted,
down.
by the way?
Let me see actually, because that does matter. Son of a bitch.
You told us
Yeah.
conditions were important in this.
They are. Yeah. So I have to retcon again.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Like, let me figure this out. So he was here. He went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll get this right eventually, guys. And then he went 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. So basically, he can't do any of that I just said he did. So sorry. Instead, he has to actually swim up alongside of Hakon here and make a weak power attack against him because he has not enough runes to sacrifice some to attack anyone else. So in that case, Hakon, it will be 11 minus in half, rounded up, so 6. Yeah, you just see you're engaged with Fjorn, who's now flanked on both sides, and it's not 11 damage anymore. Yeah, no, it will be. He's going to put himself here instead, and you just see like this big, nasty bit of metal-strewn, jagged wood come up, and as it does so, the swing, this arc of spray from the ocean, cascades over the boat from the power of the blow, and then it'll land right on your leg into the side of your pelvis, and you will take. It's going to be 5 damage with 0 pierce. Of course, you can still use your ability there, Skull.
I'm going to use my evade. Yeah, I'm going to use my evade for Hakon.
Okay, so it's from 5 to 3 now. I'm sorry, 6 to 3 now. 6 to 4 now. Sorry. Ugh. 6 to 4. And Hakon, you have 1 DF on your armor. Do you have any runes to play? You do. You have your Void Rune left.
Void Rune, yep. What was it? Sorry, the number.
So you're looking at another 4 damage coming in, 3 after you count in your damage factor, and I believe you'll be able to parry that all away with an insulting parry and gain a taunt level.
+1 parry bonus, apply the taunt condition on yourself with +1 intensity, which would put my parry at 6.
Yeah, your parry's at 6. You only have 3 more damage incoming. You completely. Oh, now this is interesting. All right, so your ability is going to trigger here. Turn the blade.
Yeah.
So how do you turn this on your assailant?
Awesome.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
Well, as he swings, Hakon's leg kind of comes out using the flat of his foot to kind of stop it, which causes a ricochet.
Awesome. Yeah, and the man loses his balance, and his own weapon comes down and tears into his own face as he takes 5 damage from his own attack. Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, guys.
That's me. I'm happy. I've used that ability. I'm going to bed now.
So your Void Rune just goes into play, and that's that.
That's perfect.
All right, the battle is not going well for the assailants. You can see fear on all their faces now. The 2 others continue to fight on. Actually, Yeah, two and two. One is dead. Two is there. So two is in the middle. He's able to slash out at you, Hakon, for another 2 damage, reduced to 1 from your DF. So you're going to take 1 damage. Number 1 is done. So that the battle has swung heavily in your guys' favor at this point. And Ogvi, you're up.
Okay, I'll stand there and I'll reach out a hand and I'll curl my fingers as if I'm grabbing something out of the air, and I'm going to cast Rack with Multi. So I'm going to cast it on Fjorn, Sigurd, and this gentleman next to Fjorn.
Okay.
You can get 3, sweet.
Let me just check that.
I just had a look. So with Multi, the effect can affect 2 more different targets on the battlefield, and the range of the effect is extended to +5 hexes.
Okay.
It's on page 108.
Okay, I'm looking at it too. I've got it in my journal here. So you're going to need range to make it to them. So do you have that as well?
But does it not extend the range to 5 hexes?
It says for all target. The range of the effect for all targets is now +5. 25 for a spell. Now that sounds like a spell is supposed to have an automatic range modifier, but I know for a fact that they don't. Like, you have to add range to spells, so I don't know what that is.
Okay, well, like, if I need to, I can use my Void Rune or to get the range.
I think so, and we will readdress this during the break. I will add it to my list of things to look up.
Yeah, no problem. So I will use the 2 of them, 1 for multi and 1 for range.
Okay, yeah, okay. And I think that's probably intentional, because the fact that you're spreading that damage out so wildly, that's basically 3 attacks that you're making.
Yeah.
I feel pretty good about that. All right, so you're breaking them, all of them?
Yes, they'll each take... They'll each take 2 spirit damage and 4 physical damage.
2 spirit damage and 4 physical damage? So 6 total? Oh my god. Well, okay, so 2 spiritual. I'll just do those first, because I don't have any DF for that at all, and then I'll deal with the rest. This guy's all in play. He doesn't have anything to block.
Some sort of terrifying choir begins like, oh! Zogvi like just rings his fingers with a grin in his face, and souls are ripped from bodies.
And then how much? 4, you said?
4 physical, yeah.
Oh my god. Alright.
Do some spells have built-in range, and some don't, or?
I don't think that any do. I think that this PDF has errors all over the fucking place, so I think that there was a confusion in the writer.
That's definitely a confusing...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's problem with who wrote it, then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Or if not who wrote it, then the copying to the PDF.
Okay, hang on. Here we go. The example here. With a multi-meta, the effect can target 3 different combatants on the battlefield, each 5 hexes away.
From each other. So they have to be adjacent, is what it's saying. Why did they just say adjacent? Those motherfuckers. Okay, that makes sense. So you have to have.
Right. So
you use
have
the range
to be able to hit the first
target
one.
Fjorn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You have to be able to hit the first
No
one, and then you. All right. So the fellow with the small knife, the dagger, he falls unconscious, just racked with pain. His body contorts wildly, and you actually hear like what sounds like his shoulder popping out of its socket as he falls to the ground hard on top of it. So he's down, essentially. He's not getting back up, so I'm just going to give him the red X and move him out of the way, since he's going to be in the way if he stays there. Fjorn takes 2 and then 3 damage for armor, and so does Sigurd. So Sigurd's going to take 5 total. So 1 from here, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then here we're going to take another 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And Nico is going to make a lot of sound. Stop it, buddy. Stop it. All right. Excellent. Yeah. So yeah, they just seem completely out of sorts. They've been racked. They're shriveling visibly, and at this point, we are going to So we're going to move out of combat. The fight is over. You guys can choose to spare these two or kill them. They will fight on for a while, so however you want to narrate it, go ahead. But you can either spare them or kill them. But we can just go into a group narration of how you all finish this up, and we'll go in order of initiative, and everybody will get a chance to add something to the narrative here. So Scully.
Seeing the fight leaving them, Scully would just say, or I would. I gotta pick either. I'm gonna say I or he. I would just say, enough. We gain nothing by killing these men. They acted out of panic and hunger. Give them a chance to earn their honor back, and that's how I would just play it out.
All right, Hakon.
I disagree.
Do you, as you disagree, do you plunge your blade into one of their necks?
I give them a choice. They can take an honourable death, or they can jump into the sea and make a swim for it, and see if the sea, what the sea has to say about it.
You see Fjorn seems furious. He's wild. He's surrounded, and he lashes out at you. Says, "Spit at your offer. Fuck off." However, the other guy Sigurd, who's in the water already, he kind of like looks about and then begins to swim out to a little bit of wreckage that is kind of drifted close to the boat. And as the last that you guys see of Sigurd is him swimming out and being consumed by the mists as he goes. Garton.
I'm angry. I'm not at all happy with the thought of letting any of them live. I'm in a rage. So, you see him sort of just like bestially snarling, and he'll lay into Bjorn and just, start tearing him to bits.
Yeah, very avidly. And as this is happening, almost like bestial rage and vengeance, this blood begins to spray across the whole of the Harbinger. The last remaining guy is like huddled against he's at this point, he's like got his back against the hull, and his knees have wobbled so much that he's fallen back, and he's laying against the hull of the ship, seated on one of the oars benches, and then Ogvi.
I'll turn to look at this absolute waste as they kill the two people who could have been rowing for us, and I'll say, I hope that you can row for these two men towards Hakon and Kjartan, and then I'll look at the little man, and I'll say, you'll be rowing as well.
And he looks up and he raises his hands, having dropped his little makeshift, or his carpenter's hammer with a clank against the boards of the hull of the Harbinger, and he raises his calloused hands up, and he says, "Yes, just spare me. I didn't want to fight at all."
Yeah, your groveling is pathetic. Be silent.
And he shuts the fuck up real quick. He just looks down at the ground when you say that.
I'm just going to shake my head like, what a waste. We could have had 3 thralls, and now we only have one little shitlord thrall.
No, there was one guy unconscious on the deck.
Yeah, he bled out.
Oh.
Oh, no. There was one that got racked, and he had enough hit points to be saved.
Yeah.
Yep, so he is unconscious in the middle of the ship. So, Scully, did you want to do something with him? It's your turn.
I would just go over and use a healing song to just stabilize him.
Okay. Yeah, you see like as you turn him, like as you turn him over to like get a better look at him, you see his shoulder, his right shoulder, kind of lulls, and it's obvious that it's out of the socket. Like it's sort of stretching out, almost stretching his skin grotesquely there. But as you turn over and you begin to see near him, you definitely see a bit of the color coming back to his skin.
And I try not to look towards Harkon and Kjartan as they're tearing and stabbing the shit out of that other guy.
Yeah.
Just kind of like turn myself so I'm not actually looking at that.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys are figuring out, I don't like to get my hands dirty.
Yeah. Very cool. Excellent, guys. So about another day goes by after this.
Wait.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna be. Kjartan doesn't really want to waste him either, so he's gonna say, "Shall we eat?"
Oh Jesus!
Well, you guys are thirsty. You are hungry.
Not that hungry.
I'm not that hungry yet.
The wolf
will never
part
be that
of
hungry.
Kjartan probably is. Not-
I will never be that hungry. This is a
Cannibal.
desecration, sacrilege. I'll have no part in it.
What would the gods say, Kjartan, to see if they see you eating? I know you are a beast, but to eat a man.
It does deny him a chance at entering the halls of Valhalla to fight for the Allfather in the end times.
Do you not believe in the gods?
I very much believe in the gods, and I know Odin feeds his beasts, feeds men to his beasts.
You are not Odin. You are not one of Odin's beasts. You are a man.
If you insist.
It's too bad the gods have cursed you with this. And that's all Scully would say. But he would have the look on his face, Kjartan, would be like that of like compassion as he looks at your bestial form, not any sort of disdain or anything.
Mine is pity.
No, it's not pity. Pity is something you do that's lesser than you. This is something that this is true compassion and remorse.
And I guess-
definitely has a look of pity on his face. Like, what is this
Kjartan-
low thing?
Will shrug and say, "If you insist," and just kick the body aside for now. Then.
Right on. Excellent. How about you, Hakon? You up for a snack, or you good?
No, Hakon ambled away, mumbling under his breath, something along the lines of "fucking Ogvi," looking at his ruined hands. He could pick up on the lore once
I
in a while.
love it.
Yeah.
Lloyd has a reputation for being a party pooper.
Yeah.
A morally high-grounded party pooper.
Yep.
That's what he does. He took my books away.
Not really. Lloyd always has a purpose for everything. He's very purposeful in everything he does.
Okay, so a day or so goes by after the din of battle has died. The sharpness that battle brought to the time as it passed has lulled back down into this oppressive, like fog-ridden, becalmed sea, and no wind, nor wave, or sound of land, or any other sort of thing to better your moods. Only these rotting corpses now scattered across the ship. And then, almost as if, almost at the exact moment when despair began to nip and tear away at your final resolve, the fog begins to roll out. In a wind picks up, and with it, it is carried up and away, and it reveals a starry bright, starry sky all about. The ocean's water is still calm. You see above you the Bifrost is out brightly tonight, easily seen. It's a prismatic color stretching from one side of the heaven to the other in waves and ripples. And as you look about you in wonderment and in glee that the horrid fog is finally subsided, you see there off in the distance a ship. You see that it is sailing along, and there on its sail, painted clearly and brightly so that even you can see it from this great distance, you see the Black Raven upon a field of red. And that's where we're going to stop for the night.
Nice.
So it's been 6 days, so we have 1 day's worth of rations left?
Yeah, you almost ran out of food. You almost ran out of food.
Yeah.
I was hoping you guys wouldn't have taken any food at all, because then I could have drained you some more and maybe gotten you to eat somebody, but you all had food, so, well, whatever. You know.
The food was what kept Kjartan from eating somebody.
Yeah. Just at the last minute, Deus Ex Machina style, there is a ship in the distance.
Nice. Awesome. Great session, man.
Oh,
I love how this story. I love how this story's coming together. I really like how it started. I literally was like, "What the fuck is going on here?" I had no clue what was going on.
That was intended.
I just said, I'm just gonna roll with this. I'm not gonna try to figure it out. I'm just gonna roll with it.
I hope that things have started to become slightly clearer. At least now you have like an idea of what somebody wants you to do, whether that's what you guys end up wanting to do or not. You know. And, like I wanted to throw something a little bit more tactical at you this time. I know that it slowed things down quite a lot, but, man, the amount of power that you guys have is just ridiculous. Like,
we got a good team. I like how our team works together. Like, we don't have any one of too much. I mean, we're all unique in our own little way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, those skill challenges you throw at us, though, are ridiculous. Like, I did not feel like we were super powerful during them.
Well, I guess I could have rode.
What
I
was
could have
that?
rode, maybe.
I guess you could have.
Yeah,
Would have
would
been
have
nice. But yeah, Lloyd, I really like your guy when he blew that dude off the ship. That was awesome.
I feel really powerful as I play. I don't know if like my powers are better, but they're all very dramatic. You know, they're all just like flinging dudes around and shit. So it feels really powerful. You know.
Yeah.
I think
definitely.
It has its place, right? Because like Kjartan can out damage you.
Oh yeah.
Up close. And Jill hasn't even used the wolf form yet. And that's when shit gets really insane for the Ulfanar. I mean, like, she has been pulling her punches, essentially, at this point. It hasn't needed the wolf form. Like, I tried to threaten you, and I think, like, in the very beginning of that fight...
I mean, if you'd had us keep doing... Like, if you hadn't switched to narrative at that point...
Yeah.
I would have used the wolf rune and maintained and then done stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured, like, at that point, I felt like all the drama had I felt like the combat had its crescendo, and that the drama was gone, and that at that point, you may as well save it for a big, the next big thing,
Yeah.
And so I just felt like at that point, we come out of combat, and we wrap this up, and get you your little, glimmer of hope cliffhanger thing, and play next week, right? Are we good to go on that?
Yeah, what day? Wednesday?
Okay, so it's Wednesday. So here's the rub, guys. Is next week is the 7th, okay? And then we would be back on the 24th, but Lloyd has been very patiently waiting to run his Game of Thrones game and has been postponed for like a month and a week. So, and that's the day that's on. So we'll have to actually take a break after next week for a number of weeks and be back on the 5th of October. So
Oh, that's fine.
yeah. so we'll be, we'll play again next week, and we'll really kind of like figure out what direction you guys want to go, and figure out what's going on with this group. And then, unfortunately, we'll have like a 3 or 4 week break. Yeah. But yeah, unless somebody cancels and fucks off Lloyd's game, and then we can play.
Yeah.
But other than that.
So I was looking at that thread on one of the, I can't remember which Facebook group it was. The one about like what? Oh, it's the OSG. Games that you're playing, campaigns you're playing in through the OSG. And I was looking at it, and I was like, holy Christ, dude, we're in way too many games.
I pulled out. Like, that has been a thing that I literally had to do. I had to drop so many games. I'm out of Izmir now. I haven't told Nick that I'm out of Izmir, but I basically have been lucky enough to not be able to play in the last 3 scheduled games. Right. So, like, because, I mean, I wanted to keep that one, but there was, like, this pivotal moment where I couldn't come, and just the way that game's set up is, like, it goes on whether people are there or not,
Yeah, I think I have to limit. I have to limit my campaigns to like maybe 2. After this round, I'm gonna like limit myself to 2 campaigns, and I'm just gonna fill my need with like 1-shots and stuff. I think, because it's a freaking headache. I mean, Lloyd, you're in even more games than me, and you're running more games than me. That's gonna be a scheduling nightmare.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah, Nick Dawson's list was like 20 games long, man. Like, I was like, but that dude actually finishes games. Like, I mean, like, I can't imagine the kind of planning that goes into being able to actually finish a campaign. And I know he says he's a complete improv DM, and it blows my fucking mind that is how he does it. Because, like, I'm like,
it feels really constructive.
You know what something Tim Kearney said today in his RPG a Day. He said for the longest time, it was the advice. I think the last question was like, what's the one piece of advice you got about the one game you like from someone? And he actually did it his own thing. It's advice that he learned from himself. And he said, just put problems ahead of your players, because what game masters oftentimes do is try to think of everything their players are going to do, and it totally goes to shit real quick. And then when he said that, I was like, man, that's such a simple concept, and it's so easy. It's easy to put problems in front of your players. Let them figure it out.
Yep.
Don't try to figure out what they're going to do. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, the way I figured it is I've got a world, and I've got things happening in the world, and the players can do whatever they want and solve things or not solve things however they like.
Right.
He's just going to respond based on that. Nothing.
But when the chaos gods like take over the world because they've missed every plot hook you've given them about it, you're like, well, the world still goes on around you, even around when you're not doing anything.
See, I'm of a different school. Like, I know that improv is like the fashionable way to run games, but it's just like I am weaker in that area than I am in pre-produced stuff. Like, I can, but I mean, it doesn't mean that I strip all choice out. Obviously, like this intro, I stripped all choice out of the part because you had to get from point A to point B. But I don't know, man. Like, I'm just much better at doing doing the big, intricate fucking narrative, right? And it doesn't mean that you have to follow it. Like, you don't have to follow it, but like, I just don't feel comfortable going into a situation and going, oh yeah, here, this is what's going on here, that's what's going on there. Like, I write a little. I know a lot of people can do this. They just write like 2 paragraphs and they could run an entire campaign off that shit. I have no idea how that's done. Like, the game notes for this session was 6 pages long.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, I do about an A4 page for a one-shot.
You do what?
About an A4 page for a one-shot.
8-4?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
An A4, like a normal-sized page,
Okay, hey, guys, I got to interrupt the conversation for a quick second to stop the broadcast while you were rambling there. And, hey, thanks for watching if you are. And, by the way, guys, y'all level up. So.
Oh, yes.
Sweet.
Another S.